Commission in these historic chambers. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the City Attorney shortly. Procedures for the swearing in of parties for the planning and zoning and/or quasi-judicial items will be explained by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission appearing for this meeting are Ken Russell, Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, and Christine King.
And now that you mentioned Christine King, she is our newest commissioner, a commissioner that showed that she has the mass support of her district, someone that I intend to work closely with, because this commission here, while we're all different from each other, we all have different ideas, different ways of accomplishing positive things for the city. We're united in one thing, and that's the betterment of the city of Miami. And Commissioner, you have my commitment that in anything that's important for our city, and in particular your district, I will support you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Well,
Also appearing you're recognized, Commissioner.
I would like to add, I'm very proud of you. What you did for your community, what you've done for your community over the last more than a decade, serving that community was reflected in the election results. You have a mandate from your community. You didn't win, you have a mandate. And I know that you will govern the right way, that you care about your community, you know your community, and I'm proud to be serving with you, Commissioner. So welcome to the Miami City Commission. Be careful what you ask for. I just warn you, be careful what you ask for. But I think you're going to be I know you're going to be a great commissioner, and I also want to welcome you. I'm very proud of the work you did in your campaign, and I know I'm going to be even more proud of the work you're going to do for this city moving forward. And I look forward to working with you also. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Hold on a second.
He wants to say something nice about me, too. Hold on.
I was going to, but you didn't let me finish.
So I said
I turned that way. I was turning that way now. I also want to congratulate Commissioner Carollo, because Commissioner Carollo, once again, I'll say it, you've proven that the people that you represent love you and support you. And you had an overwhelming mandate as well. So you got more votes than you did, but that's okay. But still, it was very, very, very.
We've got a bigger district.
We're going to fix that now. But seriously, I look forward to a new commission and a new day moving forward, and this commission working together, because I know that we all want the same thing. We want to move Miami forward. And I look forward to working with everyone. And Commissioner, congratulations. And the mayor's not here, but to congratulate the mayor too on his also overwhelming. Whenever
Absolutely.
you have elections and people win and candidates win by overwhelming margins, it shows the support that they have in their community. And I think the mayor showed that. I think you showed that, Commissioner Carollo. Obviously, you showed that, new Commissioner King. And now we work for our communities, and we may disagree. We may disagree at times, but, you know, we agree to not be disagreeable. And that's what we do as we move forward. So congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
Well, I'm going to be very short. I'm just going to congratulate both of these commissioners for the mandate that both received. They have the full support of the people in the voters in the district. And as I stated a little while ago to Commissioner King, we are here to serve. And if anything you need, you see, I'm offering my office, because I know that I remember when I first got here, you see, I was kind of at a loss because I didn't know how to work. But anything that you need, feel free to use one of my staff, or any help that we can provide. Just feel free to come and ask on whatever you need, okay? Welcome and congratulations. Congratulations to both of you.
Commissioner King, you are very recognized.
I'd like to thank my colleagues for that warm. I'd like to thank my colleagues for that warm welcome. I am looking forward to serving with all of you. How could I not? 4 handsome gentlemen, and me being the only woman, they're
Way too
going to
kind.
spoil me so much, and I look forward to it. And like Commissioner said, you know, we are a family now. We may not always agree, but we are united in serving the community, and we are going to do that for the betterment of our constituency. And I am just so thrilled and so honored to be here with you guys, and I just can't wait to get ready to get to work. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and congratulations. Also appearing are City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, and City Clerk Todd Hannon. The meeting will be opened with a prayer by Commissioner Reyes and the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner King. Please stand.
Please stand up. In the Father, Holy Son, Holy Ghost. Okay. Please, Lord, guide us and enlighten us to set aside all personal interests or grievances and lead us so we, united, work for the interest of our city, of our residents, instead of personal interest. I ask you in the name of the Father, the Holy Ghost, and the Son. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. And if you'll indulge me, I was inspired this week by the actions of our neighbors to the south on the 15th of November, and I just wanted to read some words. A poem that you'll probably recognize. Cultivo una rosa blanca en junio como en enero para el amigo sincero que me da su mano franca. Y para el cruel que me arranca el corazón con que vivo, cardo ni ortiga cultivo la rosa blanca.
Thank you, sir.
Did I say it right?
Yes, you said it perfectly, and the message is well taken. And that's what we have to always have as a motto, you see. Thank you,
That
sir.
deserves a big thank you from all of us,
Yes.
particularly of Cuban-American descent. But La Rosa Blanca, the white rose, on the 15th of this month, it was the white rose that defeated a whole regime, its military, its police. Because while they were successful overall in preventing the Cuban people from going out in the streets and demonstrating against them and asking for their freedom, the few that were able to go out were beaten or thrown in jail. That white rose spoke so loudly worldwide because indeed that regime was defeated that day by that white rose that was seen throughout television, photographs, throughout the whole world. And again, because of that brave young generation of Cubans that was born under that communist regime, because of that young generation screaming for liberty and showing to the world what they are, a bunch of assassins and thugs, the world does no longer look at them like it used to at one time, the Robin Hood of the Americas. So, indeed, the regime lost on the 15th because while they were able to silence most of the Cubans on the island, their voice through that white rose was heard throughout the whole world and here in America from coast to coast, because every cable channel, every major television station spoke about the oppression that they were committing upon the Cuban people.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Madam City Attorney. Please state the procedures to be followed during this meeting.
Good morning. Thank you for reading the poem by Jose Marti. I just wanted, for those that didn't know Spanish, to remember that it's a famous poem, and thank you for reading it. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the city clerk and comply with related city requirements by lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the city clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the appropriate disclosures required by law. A copy of this code section is available at the city clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement or support to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any documents offered to the city commissioners that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the city commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the city clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Public comment will begin at approximately 9 a.m. and remain open until public comment is closed by the chair. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via online form. Please visit www.miamigov.com, meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to elected officials and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Public comment may also be provided live at City Hall, subject to any and all city rules that may be amended. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard will be at such later date before the City Commission takes action. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and the item that will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for the meeting may notify the city clerk. The city has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on items and topics to be discussed by the City Commission in compliance with Section 286.01144C Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the City Commission for a matter considered may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at www.miamigov.com. PZ items will proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance as temporarily modified pursuant to emergency ordinance numbers 13903 and 13914. Pursuant to these emergency ordinances, parties for the PZ items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by a decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives, any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may either be physically present at City Hall to be sworn by oath or affirmation by the city clerk, or may appear virtually and make arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person or at their location by the individual qualified to perform such duty. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance Number 13903, members of the general public who are not parties to an action pending before the City Commission are not required to be sworn in by oath or affirmation. The members of the Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications pursuant to Florida Statute Section 286.0115 and Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. For applications requiring City Commission approval, the applicant will present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with staff recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing. The order of presentation shall be as set forth at Miami 21 and the City Code, providing the appellant shall speak first. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendations they may have. Please silence any cell phones and other making devices at this time. This meeting will be viewed live on Miami TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed caption. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Good morning, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Chair.
Please state the swearing-in procedures to be followed during this meeting.
Yes, sir. The procedures for individuals who will be providing testimony will be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present in City Hall will be sworn in by me, the city clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and or quasi-judicial items. Pursuant to emergency ordinance number 13903, those individuals appearing remotely may be sworn in at their location by an individual qualified to administer the oath. After you are sworn in, please be sure to complete, sign, and notarize the affidavit provided to you by the City Attorney's Office. Each individual who will provide testimony must be sworn in and execute an affidavit. Please email a scanned version of the signed affidavit to the city clerk at thannon@miamigov.com prior to providing testimony on the planning and zoning item and or quasi-judicial item. The affidavit shall be included in the record for the relevant item for which you will be providing testimony. Commissioners, are you comfortable with all the notice provisions set forth in these uniform rules and procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes.
Chair, may I administer the oath?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you'll be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items only, may I please have you stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at today's proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your response is? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now break for proclamations and presentations. I believe the mayor's office and a few commissioners may have some presentations to make.
You want to start with the... I want to start with the police. Okay, let's start with the police and then we'll go back to work. Okay, that's good.
That's okay? Okay. Good morning. My name is Eddie Leal. I work for General Counsel as the City of Miami Mayor. For those who do not know me, today we have a special selection of protocol items. That we're going to start with safety, and we're going to continue with family towards the end. Our first, and I ask the officers to come up from the SHIELD team. If they can come up and join us, we will be recognizing their efforts this morning. Thank you. If we can get a round of applause. The City of Miami had the privilege back in October 14th and 15th of this year to hold the, hold on, let me get them over here. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning.
Get you in the middle, Chief. Chief, in the middle. Right in the middle.
So as I was saying, early this year in October, we had the privilege of hosting the SHIELD Team National Conference here in the city of Miami. Thanks for the dedication and efforts of all the officers that you have before us. I wanted to go ahead and name them one by one and recognize them here. So we will start with Lieutenant Alfredo Delgado. Sergeant, and if I mispronounce, I apologize, Sergeant Pierre Cardone. Officer Carlos Fontela. Officer Varmasha Ellington. Officer Alexander Delgado. Officer Yasmani Gonzalez. Officer Ariel Lopez. Officer Juan Lopez. Officer Jair Butron. And we will have, obviously, the chief hopefully accept this proclamation, and also if he can say a few words about the unit, I think we will all welcome that. The proclamation is, and I read, the Miami Shield detail was created as part of the Miami Police Department commitment to making the city of Miami the safest city in the United States and working with the Department of Homeland Security and its specialized operations. The Miami Police Shield detail was established to educate, train, and forge partnerships with the community and was the first SHIELD detail in the state of Florida. Miami Police Shield is committed to serving our community through information sharing, multi-agency partnerships to counter terrorism, homegrown violent extremists, and crime in the city of Miami. We recognize and thank the City of Miami Department SHIELD detail for its dedication, service with our community. Now, therefore, the mayor and obviously with the commission hold Miami Police Department SHIELD deal for its accomplishments and contributions for its dedication to providing the highest level of service to the citizens and employees of the City of Miami. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you that are not familiar, SHIELD is that global network that shares information, started back in New York. This is the largest contingent outside of New York. And the conference that they put together, they raised all the funds for it. To put it, we had 120 participants from as far as Europe that came to Miami to exchange information, best practices. These folks right here are the ones that stand in the back, behind the curtains, exchanging information, teaching about active shooter prevention training, and they are the ones that are responsible for keeping Miami safe. They exchange vital and critical information with our partners that makes our community safer every day. So for that, I thank them. Thank you for the mayor, the manager, the commission for this great honor, and thank you to the men and women that keep us safe. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sorry. You were dancing on me. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I think I saw all of you in the picture of the brochure. I was like, I know them. I've seen them before. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Good morning. If I can get all the commissioners here. I I haven't had the pleasure of meeting the next recipient of a protocol item, but I think that we can all relate to the saying that it takes a village to build. I think sometimes the inverse is also correct. Sometimes an individual can make an impact. And I think we're taking the opportunity this morning to recognize an individual from our solid waste department that has been employed with the city for more than 20 years and has an impeccable reputation. So if I can ask Mr. Clint Glenn to join us up front with a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can tell you, oh, we have, thank you, yes. I can tell you that the commissioners, oh, yes, yes, right, yes. Yes, yes. I can share that as commissioners and as we labor here, we work to have less debris and less trash on our streets, but I know that the work that gentlemen like Glenn is crucial for our city. So I said there was a theme today. We started with safety, and a clean city is a safe city and a respectful city. So we thank you and everybody that does the work, because I see you guys at 4 in the morning, at 3 in the morning, at 5. I see you everywhere. So thank you. We never got a chance to say. That's right. That's right. I'm usually up at that time, so I see you at 5 or 6 in the morning. I'm like, oh, they're here. So let me read this. The City of Miami salutes Clint Glenn for his dedication, outstanding service in the City of Miami. Mr. Clint Glenn has been employed with the City of Miami Department of Solid Waste for over 21 years. Round of applause, please. Thank you. He started as neighborhood service worker in October 2020 and then advanced to a waste collector aide. In 2002, he was quickly promoted to waste collector, and 6 months after, he has promoted again to waste collector operator 1. As waste collector operator 1, Mr. Glenn worked in the bulky trash collection and was responsible for collecting residential bulky trash through the city for the next 3 years. I know we've kept you very busy. Mr. Glenn then advanced to his current position of waste collector operator 2 in the garbage section, where he drives an automated side loader truck and is responsible for servicing residential garbage carts through the residential neighborhoods within the city. His impeccable customer service is to be lauded. He greets constituents with a smile and handles complaints and challenges with a spirit of excellence. Thank you. Because of his dedication and commitment to the City of Miami, it is fitting that the elected leadership of the City of Miami pause in our deliberations of governance to salute you. Mr. Glenn, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
This is my garbage man. I wrote the letter and I hammered it. One morning some years ago, I heard my water running. I looked outside, this man outside washing my garbage can. Who does that? My mother is in her 90s. If she's on the porch, he cut the truck off and sit down and talk to her. I love this man like a son, a brother, and a friend. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him and nothing he won't do for us. And I'm so proud and so happy that the city has chosen, with my help, to recognize you today. Because I was not going to my grave without recognizing this man. I love you. And he bring the garbage can back in the yard.
Anybody?
It's a small world. This guy and I went to middle school together. We went to middle school together. So I'm so happy to see you, and I'm so proud of you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, thank you all. I don't have too much to say. I want to really get back on my route and get back to work. Take a break to come see y'all, and thank you all. But yeah, once again, thank you, Mr. Vet. Oh, so where did she go? Yeah. All right, and once again, City of Miami, thank you all so much. Yeah.
Coño. Yo tengo un montón de sentimientos todavía. I want my prize. Okay. Pleasure meeting you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that.
Of course. Pleasure. Yes, we have this set, then we have another one, which will be actually the Bake House, and then the Commissioners. So for those who do not know, I believe that tomorrow is Adoption Day of the year. And we wanted to recognize some families that live in the city of Miami and are stellar families that are part of the foster care system. So I'm gonna call them, and if they can join us up here on the stage, that would be great. Keisha Underwood. Jody Olson. Latoya Morris. Juana Martinez. Angelina Cobb. Patty Burleson. You wait where we still need the elected officials here. Thank you, Commissioner. So each one has, oh, I apologize. Patty? Oh, Patty.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Angelina, Ms. Cobb, right here. Thank you. Juana Martinez. Thank you. Latoya Morris. You'll type, okay. Thank you. Judy Olson. Thank you. And Keisha Underwood. Keisha, sorry. Mispronounced one today. So I'm not sure how to express our gratitude because I just think about my parents and the care and the attention that you have to have every day to actually, going back to what I said earlier, it takes a village to build a family. So now you are that village creating that family. So we do appreciate everything that you do, and I know as a parent, the job is 24 hours. So thank you so much. That's a challenge that you have voluntarily entered to help and to assist and to hopefully train and be that future generation that we all need. So thank you, and make sure they don't watch a lot of TV and play a lot of games. Otherwise, they're gonna get mush on the head. So thank you. Does anybody want to say? Yeah, please.
Good morning. My name is Shamel Jenkins. Latoya Morris couldn't make it because her job would not let her off work. I am the Executive Director and immediate past president for Miami-Dade County Foster and Adoptive Parent Association. We represent the more than 1,600 children that are in foster care here in Miami-Dade County, as well as the over 3,000 that are adopted and those that live in relative care. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We are not part of Give Miami-Dade, but you can give to us any day. I want you to understand that National Adoption Month was created when in 1975, Governor Michael Dukakis had heard that other little cities were talking about National Adoption Week. But it took up until around 1990 or so. Nope, I'm nervous. Anyway, Ronald Reagan heard about it, and you all know Ronald Reagan. He wanted to be a celebrity again, so he made it National Adoption Week. However, in 1995, President Clinton was the one to decide to make it National Adoption Month. My challenge was that in every city, starting with the city of Miami, which has over 755 adoptive families that live right here that have children ages 1 to 18, I've charged that every mayor of every city, every town and village in Miami-Dade County is honoring those families this month. So last night we were in Homestead, and every day we're in a different town or village. Again, this is the largest city. Aren't you glad that all 755 aren't here? And tomorrow is National Adoption Day. One of my colleagues from Citrus Family Care Network, Marcel, can you come and just tell them about that, please?
Good morning. Yes, tomorrow we will have National Adoption Day, part of our celebration. And there's going to be over 30 children getting adopted from the foster care system tomorrow, virtually, with the dependency court. And I just want to say that there's about 4,000 children in Miami-Dade County, 755 in the city of Miami, that were adopted from the foster care system. But once you adopt, the help doesn't stop there. We are there to support each one of those families that you can see here, and we're very proud of the work that they do on behalf of the children that we serve. And there's more children that unfortunately are still available to be adopted and find a good, happy, and solid home. So if anybody is interested in fostering or adopting, please let us know. www.citrusfcn.com. Thank you.
Or mdcfafa.org. And by the way, while we're doing a toy drive, it's not just for Christmas. Our children deserve normalcy every day. Imagine if you didn't have a mom or dad, or that they couldn't take care of you. We're the actual caregivers. And I'm gonna give my spiel real quick. I have single-handedly, as a single parent, adopted 5 children, raised over 300, had to buy my own wedding ring because I'm looking for a rich husband. Thank you.
Would any commissioner be interested in taking that up? With us? Right it here. Okay. Yes. Actually, Commissioner, you want me? You want to? Okay, you can do it. You want me to? We have the video. Do you want to start with that? You want to?
I'm going to say that we're going to recognize Bakehouse, and then there's a video presentation.
Done.
Our next proclamation is for an organization that is near and dear to my heart, the Bakehouse Art Complex. Can you guys please come up? We're going to show a small video presentation prior to the acceptance of the proclamation.
My name is Morel Doucette, and I'm a interdisciplinary artist.
My name is Naja, and I'm an artist. My name is Judith Burt King, and I'm an artist.
My name is Juan Luis Matos, and I'm an artist.
My name's Sterling Rook, and I'm an artist.
My name is Edouard Duval-Carrier. I'm an artist.
My name is Michelle Lisa Polisate. I'm a visual artist and arts organizer based in Miami, Florida.
So being an artist in Miami is a constant flux of moving around, trying to find real estate that is affordable and within budget. And so at my former studio, it got to the point where a developer purchased the property and essentially increased the rent by 90% on what it used to be.
Accessibility, space, freedom, those things are at a premium in Miami, and they're very hard to come by. So far as I've seen, I couldn't name more than, I'm not sure if I can name any other art spaces that provide the range that I have access to here.
Oh, the affordable space. There's very little in Miami. There's probably not that much in the art world, but especially a city like Miami, which is attuned to art, there's almost no affordable art space. I would not have a studio where I could interact with people, where I could interact with the public, where we could have events. I wouldn't have one if it was not affordable and if it was not subsidized. The other thing is I would not have contact with other artists if I did not have the space. That community, that support is absolutely invaluable.
I'm a full-time artist, and
We are celebrating the Bakehouse's 35th anniversary. I am a former board member of Bakehouse, just a recently former board member of Bakehouse, and they do amazing work. The artists are amazing there. If you haven't gone to the Bakehouse, please take some time out of your day to go check them out. The artists their work is phenomenal. And to have a space, an affordable space for artists to be creative is so needed in our community. And I am honored to have been a part of the Bakehouse, and I will always be a part of the Bakehouse and support the arts. And congratulations on 35 years of work in our community, making our community more beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King. Yeah, it's one thing to think about artists and artist studios, but it's another entirely to think about the transformational power of art. Communities are changed, people are developed and helped, and what we are really doing is creating a place where artists of all types can be creators and develop lives for themselves, support themselves, and actually contribute to the community. So for us, yes, art is really important, but enabling people to transform themselves and transform the community is really what it's all about. So thank you, Christine.
Thank you. So on behalf of Mayor Francis Suarez and the entire Miami City Commission and myself, we present this proclamation, and I'm not going to read it, but it's their 35th anniversary. So congratulations.
In the last few days, we've had some very distinguished European visitors. Several are members of the European Parliament for all of Europe. We have another one that's a congressman, diputado from Spain. And they have come to Miami to have different meetings that numerous have touched upon. Freedom for Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. And for that, we thank them very much, because it's very important for us, not just for our own Congress and Senate, to be very aware and supportive of the freedom for these three countries and what is happening inside them on a day-to-day basis. But it is equally important to have individual European countries, and in particular the European Parliament, to be supportive of freedom in our hemisphere, and particularly in these countries. So with that, if I may ask the delegation to come up. María, si puede traer la delegación, Herman, Turch, si pudiera traer sus compañeros para acá. En nombre de la ciudad de Miami, nuestro alcalde y la comisión de Miami, pero sobre todo en nombre de todos los residentes de la ciudad de Miami, que nuestro ayuntamiento siempre ha sido una antorcha, una estatua de libertad, recogiendo y defendiendo todos esos que están oprimidos por dictaduras, sobre todo las dictaduras más malditas que el mundo ha visto, la comunista. Estamos agradecidos del esfuerzo que ustedes han hecho, no solo durante estos días en Miami, pero sobre todo en el Parlamento Europeo y en sus ciudades individuales. We're extremely grateful again for not only their statements, their inquiries in the last few days that they have been in Miami, but in particular their support for freedom in Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, in their respective countries, and in the European Parliament. So, Herman Turch, aquí le presentamos, we present to you, de la ciudad de Miami, este reconocimiento como visitante distinguido de la ciudad de Miami. We're also giving you a pin to the city of Miami and a flag that is from one of our districts, one that I represent, Little Havana, that you'll find, you're also going to see the Spanish flag there, the flag of the mother country, along with the flags of all of our Latin American countries. But it's got a saying, and any artist that ever comes to sing before a stage has to sing before this, otherwise they're not going to sing. And it says, Little Havana, USA, the one with liberty. And the reason we have this in this flag is because the original Havana doesn't have any liberty. Carlos. Carlos Fidanza is also a member of the European Parliament, and we're extremely grateful for his presence here and very honored to have him here today in the city of Miami City Hall, a very historical city hall. Carlos, muchas gracias. Aquí están para que lo tengan. ¿Quién va a recibir la de Coello? La de Coello, ¿quién va a recibir? La de Víctor, okay. And Maria is going to receive the distinguished visitors certificate for Victor González Coelho de Portugal. Victor de Portugal is a congressman, diputado of the Spanish Congress. He was here until last night, but he had to fly out because they had other meetings that they had to attend in Colombia, and Maria is going to accept this on his behalf. Maria. And this one is for Jorge Frias. He is the director of Fundación Disenso from Madrid, Spain. And he also is not here today, so he will be representing Jorge in receiving this.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for this distinction. We are moved to be here in this marvelous city, the symbol of liberty that is Miami, and then Florida, and then the United States of America. 3 levels of enormous liberty and of attraction for everybody who is carving for liberty, as so many people are in our just very close neighborhood in the South. We are here to express our solidarity, our profound solidarity. The 2 absent nominees, they are now in Colombia presenting a film about the Foro de Sao Paulo, which is one of our major enemies with communism, which is really disturbing every attempt to create solid democracies in South America, and threatening now Colombia as well. Any case, we are here. We are very proud to be here. We thank the governor De Laurentiis for this marvelous DeSantis for this marvelous state, which is an example. We thank the Mayor Suarez for this marvelous city, for this great city. Ken Russell, please, Joe Carollo, thank you very much for your hospitality. Manolo Fuentes, thank you very much. Reyes, perdóname. Manolo Reyes, muchas gracias. Y la nueva aquí, Christine, thank you very much. Sí. Muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí. Es un honor inmenso porque hemos venido en nombre de la libertad para los pueblos que están siendo maltratados, de Cuba, que fue la primera, la que más sufre, 63 años, de Venezuela, de Nicaragua, ahora de Bolivia, de Perú, como estamos viendo cómo avanzan, cómo amenazan con el comunismo. Y aquí tenemos el escaparate de lo que es capaz el ser humano con la libertad, en Estados Unidos, en Florida y en Miami. Por eso, muchísimas, muchísimas gracias a todos vosotros. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Joe Carollo, because he was the one making this possible, this event. He's been supporting the Hispanic community and the Spanish community in South Florida. We are so grateful to have this delegation of members of the European Parliament and the Spanish Parliament. Vox, for those who don't know, is a conservative party that is gaining so much strength in Spain and also worldwide, because the members of our parliament, the member of that political party is traveling all over the world, meeting with delegations of congressmen and talking to them about the importance of defending freedom and democracy. Herman Terch made a very important announcement yesterday and statement about the upcoming elections in Honduras, in Colombia, in Argentina. He's on top of everything. And you can count on them, on Herman and Carlos, to be always in Brussels at the European Parliament, defending all of us, standing for the United States and uniting our nation. We're so grateful for all of you, the commissioners, the mayor, Governor DeSantis, Janet Núñez, Vice Governor. We feel blessed, we're thankful, and we want to come back here with more people because we need to get united and stand for liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm coming from Italy. I'm also a member of the European Parliament, and I have the honor to be the vice president of this group that Herman Terch created a few months ago to stand together and forever, I want to say, for liberty, freedom, and democracy in all the Latin America. Because this kind of relationship is for us fundamental. It's fundamental for us to have solid Euro-Atlantic relationships, but it's also fundamental for us to have solid relationships with all these continents, the communities, the Hispanic community, and not only the Hispanic, I have to say, as an Italian, also all Italian originated people that are here in the US, in Florida, and also in Latin America. So it's been an honor for me and for every one of us to be here. Your hospitality has been warm, and it's something that we can't forget forever. Thank you again.
First of all, I want to thank you for the work you're doing. It is of the utmost importance that we have to spread the word that that system is a failed system. Communism and socialism is a failed system. And having you here give us hope. And also, I want to request that you send a message. You go back to Europe and send a message not only to Spain and those countries that are doing business and supporting the dictatorship in Cuba and all the dictatorship, that's not what they should be doing, because with their support, what they are doing is oppressing the people of Cuba and supporting those repressive institutions that have been torturing, imprisoning, and killing the Cuban people. They are not serving the Cuban people. They are serving us and supporting a clique that is the one that are the ones that are governing our country. So please go back and let them know that the people of Cuba want freedom, libertad. That's what they're asking for. Thank you, sir.
Siempre he dicho que si Cuba, la dictadura terrible y criminal de Cuba, ha durado 63 años, no es por los apoyos de otras dictaduras, es por la complicidad de muchas democracias. Hay que acabar con eso para que haya libertad.
Muchas gracias por esas palabras y los seminarios que dieron, uniendo a tantas voces y educando a otros durante estos días acá en Miami. Aquí en este ayuntamiento histórico en cual estamos hoy de la ciudad de Miami, aquí salían años atrás los aviones Pan American del agua. No era un ayuntamiento entonces, era un aeropuerto pequeño para esos aviones marítimos. Y salían de aquí por todo el Caribe y hasta Sudamérica, llevando pasajeros y llevando el mensaje de América. Pero ya, como ven, es un ayuntamiento. No tenemos los aviones Clippers, Pan American, pero ese mensaje que se lleva ahora es un mensaje de libertad, un mensaje a todo nuestro hemisferio, aún más que se llevaba antes, cuando volaban los aviones de acá. Y es una gran ayuda, una necesidad que parlamentarios como ustedes, de España, de Italia, otro que estaba aquí, que no, ya está en Colombia, de Francia, congresistas de sus individuos países, que se unan a esta lucha, porque Europa es muy importante y solo con la ayuda de Europa en conjunto con el Senado y el Congreso de Estados Unidos es que se va a poder poner suficiente presión para que estos países sean libres. Ustedes saben muy bien que esas manos del comunismo de nuestro hemisferio han llegado a sus países. Hoy por hoy, el 80% de toda la cocaína que llega a Europa está fabricada por el FARC entre Colombia y Venezuela. Lo que la están mandando por aviones, barcos para África, para que llegue a Europa, son el régimen narcotraficante de Maduro y los que lo están dirigiendo todo y coordinando es el régimen maldito de los Castros y ahora el Díaz-Canel. Así que ustedes están en la línea primera de ser víctimas también en Europa de estos regímenes acá, al igual que el pueblo americano, porque es una constante ataque de esta gente a la democracia. Así que los necesitamos, siguen esa lucha fuerte. Han visto, y nosotros en Estados Unidos lo hemos visto también, cómo ese dinero del narcotráfico de Venezuela llegó a Europa. En España, con el tal partido Podemos, de la nada fue financiado por ese dinero para que dañen al continente europeo y obviamente empezando por España. Así que desde Miami sepan que tienen aliados, tienen amigos y los felicitamos en la lucha que están llevando. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Do we have anybody that from the Miami-Dade County Force there, an adopted partner association here? Well, they left already. I think they left. Well, I just wanted to commit $1,000 to their cost, but I would do it anyways without them being here.
Thank you very much for your patience, everyone. We will now move to the order of the day and set our agenda, after which we will take up public comment. And if anyone has any pocket items, we'll bring those during the order of the day to add them to the agenda as well.
You want my pocket item now?
I think I have yours here.
You have it, okay. You have a copy there, okay? Right?
I'm just waiting for the manager. Mr. Manager, order of the day. Mr. Manager, does the administration have any items they'd like to see withdrawn, continued, or deferred?
So good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. This time the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. PH1 to be indefinitely deferred. RE1 to be withdrawn. PZ1 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ2 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ5 to be deferred to the December 9th meeting. PZ10 to be deferred to the January 27th meeting.
I'm sorry, which was that last one?
PZ10
To the January
27th. PZ11 to be deferred to the January 27th meeting. And PZ12 to be deferred to January 27th. That concludes the items.
Can you do it again?
And now PZ14 to December 9th as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner.
can you do it again, Mr. Manager?
Sure.
Sorry.
PH1 to be indefinitely deferred. RE1 to be withdrawn. PZ1 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ2 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ5 to be deferred to December 9th. PZ10 to be deferred to January 27th. PZ11 to be deferred to January 27th. And PZ12 to be deferred to January 27th.
And then you said PZ14?
And PZ14 to December 9th.
December 9th.
Okay.
Are there any items that commissioners would like to see?
Yes, if
Go
I
ahead.
may,
You may.
I'm going to ask something that you would not like, but I would like to defer RE8, and the reason for it is, you know that my position on CRAs, that being one of the precursor of CRAs, the first one, I was the economist of it. that the CRAs, they should exist as long as slum and blight exists in the area, and then it should sunset. But now I know that some of the funds of the Omni are going to be used for low-income housing, so the CRA, that is fine with me. However, I always thought that we should share the additional taxes of the TIF, and I found out that our beloved Dade County, Miami-Dade County, it is going to receive 35% of the Omni CRA annual TIF revenue. That is something that I will like. I have the attorney that works with me, and the possibility, because if they are going to receive 35% of the TIF, the total TIF, they are receiving 35% of our TIF. So what I'm going to propose is that we either receive 35% or 40% of our TIF, you see, and we use that additional revenue into whatever is needed in our city. And that way, I mean, we don't allow, if they're receiving it, what's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, you see? And I want to analyze this further and see if it is legal. The city attorney asked the question about it, but I would like for us to include also that we are going to have a share of that TIF. That is not going to go only to Dade County.
So your request, Commissioner, is to defer the item? Just a moment.
Refer the item just until we get it clear. What are they doing, how are they doing, and if we can do it too.
Thank you. And just to respond, and as the chair of the CRA, this item was approved at the CRA, and I'm very comfortable with it in its current form. It's taken years to negotiate between the city, the county, and the CRA itself. So I am comfortable with it moving forward today, but of course, it's the will of this body.
Of course, well, you may be comfortable with it, but the deal you negotiated was a horrible deal because the county gets 35%. And I concur with Commissioner Reyes. That deal is a horrible deal. So the city can do better, we can do better, I think. This commission can do better. And also only the extension for the CRA to the Omni CRA and not the other CRAs is also a problem. So in essence, look, this is something that needs to be debated. I disagree with Commissioner Reyes in the sense that I like the concept of community redevelopment agencies, but I agree with him that we shouldn't let the county bully us into giving them our money. If it's going to go to certain areas in our city, it stays in our city, but the county should not ask for a representative on the board, number one. Number two, to get 35% of our TIF money, and hold that over our head so we can get an extension. Now, we know we need an extension because we can't finance the projects that we want to finance across the board without the extension. But you know what? It's up to those interested parties beyond us to go and lobby the county and make sure the county understands that this is a community redevelopment agency of the city of Miami, not of Miami-Dade County. So I agree with Commissioner Reyes that we defer the item till we have further debate on this and we come up with a better deal.
Yes.
And with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, you cut a bad deal. We have to cut a better one.
Thank you. I don't believe that the county will budge on their 35%, but if the city would like to change.
I do. We have a new county commission, and we'll have an even better county commission next year, and we'll do what we need to do. But in rushing to cut a deal, it was a bad deal. Why in the world would you give the county all this leverage over us? That's a bad deal.
Let me explain something there.
You reckon?
You see, when I read this, when it says, you see, the county in an amount equal to 35% of the Omni CRA annual TIF revenue. Let me clarify what do they mean by the TIF revenue. You see, it is every additional property taxes that has been created due to the development that has been there, that occurred there. So the city is receiving only the taxes, property taxes, based on what was at the Omni before the CR8 was created. You see? But when they are receiving, and every property taxes has two components, county and city. And what they're doing is they're taking 35% of our part also. You see? And that is not, I don't care, they wouldn't budge, but we will do everything that is possible to get what is ours. If they're gonna get 35%, they get 35% of their portion of county tax increment. But then we will get 35% of the city tax increment. And that will represent for our general revenue about $3 or $4 million that could be used in streets in District 1, District 5, District 4, 2, and 1, or whatever we need.
And we can bond that out.
And we can bond that out
So it's
also.
even more money.
Okay, and that will also increase our bonding capacity. You see, I think that we have to be a little bit more aggressive, you see, and protect our revenues as much as we can. And that is my, it is why, as soon as I read this, I got my in-house attorney reading it. Yesterday, I spoke with Madam City Attorney, and we still don't know if the state's going to, approve of this, but if they approve of 35 for the county, they got to approve 35 for us too. And I don't agree with giving us 35% of our tax increment to the county or anybody else. Okay? That is my position, and that's why I'm asking for a deferral, so we can clarify this.
And he's only asking for a deferral, Chair.
No, I'm not voting it down. I'm just asking
He's
for
just asking for a deferral, so I think
Let me,
in due deference, you allow him to have a deferral, we do a deferral, and we come back on December 9th and talk about it.
Commissioner Correa, you're recognized.
Thank you. I don't know if the chair had much to say on this or not. I think the county was driving this from the beginning. However, there was a former county commissioner there that was the one that was driving it. What really bothers me is that our legal teams didn't come to us much sooner. That bothers me. And I'm talking including CRA, legal teams. At the same time, I need to know what that 35% comes to in dollars. Yeah. None of us have any idea right now. What does it come to? And if the county is going to be so greedy in trying to, they give in one hand, but they're taking in the other what they gave. Look, we might have to consider into the future just taking our money and put it in the general fund, and we could do a lot with it. Right now, there's no less than $25 million that if we do not have the CRA would go to the general fund. And
a little bit more.
This is right now. I'm saying at the low end. Now, I think we have another 7 years or so of the Omni CRA without doing anything. By the time that those 7 years comes, it might be another $10 million. It might be up to $35 million. And then you look at the bonding capacity in that, it's also big. So, we have to be very clear on what we're doing here. I think the county is overreached.
Yes.
Fully on this. And it's either our CRA or it's not. And if it's not, then I think we might have to reconsider what we're doing here into the future. But that's one person's opinion. Right now, the only motion before us is to defer to get more information. And part of that information that I want is dollars and cents.
Yes.
What does this 35% come to in dollars?
Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
Yes, I did ask that question, and they're still crunching numbers. But I did ask that question, but if I remember from before, when, Mr. Manager, do you have an estimate of how much it is that we're losing our side? I mean, on the city tax increment that we are not receiving at this time? Okay, we asked for it.
We'll get it for you.
We asked for it. I would say, let's say that it is $10 million, just to have a very easy number. 35% of $10 million, $3.5 million. See? 3.5 million that could be used as revenues that will come and will back bonds, or we can use it on public works, or we can use it in other areas. Okay, and that's a fact. And we cannot be our city. We cannot be doing deals that we're losing money. I mean, if they can do it, they can do it. It doesn't read here that they are going to get 35% of their tax increment. No, of the total. And as I explained before, the total has two parts. Our tax increment, the one that it should go to the city, and the one that should go to county. You understand? And they're scheming 35% of the top. Well, we want our 35% if they're scheming it. Okay? And that is why I want to just defer this and discuss it and analyze it and see what we can do.
All right, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, you're recognized.
If I may, I support the deferral. What is happening in the Omni CRA will have a direct impact on what would happen with the Overtown CRA, and I'd like to do a deeper dive and have more information. So I'd just like to state that I would be in support of deferring the item so that we can all be more informed.
Absolutely.
Why move it?
Clearly, yes. Clearly, their will is here to defer the item, and there's an unreadiness to accept it as it is, but I'd like to clarify some things. The Omni CRA area is in much need of investment, and a CRA is a very effective tool that all of us have appreciated utilizing. Now, before any of us were on this dais, this Omni CRA did not achieve its mission. It did not create one unit of affordable housing in its entire first generation until we came on as a board. The TIF deals that we've put in place, the grants that we've put in place, will create the greatest opportunity for affordable housing in the city because of the density and intensity that is available to us in the area, right on public transit, right in the center of the city, right near our core. This agreement may not be perfect, but the county is not taking any of the city's money. The county is taking a portion of their tax increment.
Well, it doesn't.
I'm sorry, please, let me finish because I was cut off before. This deal was negotiated under Chairman Diaz-del-Portilla when he was the chairman of the CRA.
That's not true.
Fair enough.
No.
You can disagree?
No, I disagree. It's not true.
Fine.
That's not true.
And I disagree
I
with
never
you
would have
saying-
cut this deal, my
but
friend.
I am
I never would have
comfortable
cut this deal. You
I'm-
signed a deal that gave our money away to the county.
Yes.
That gave representation away to the county. I never would have signed that deal.
And did you vote for it at the CRA?
I voted for it
Yes.
at the CRA to begin
So-
the conversations. I never voted for the final deal that you signed. So do not pretend that this is not your deal.
I'm just going to make
The fact that you
clarifications.
can't find any
No,
support
I'm
on
owning
this
it.
dais.
As the chair of the CRA, I'm owning
You own it, and
because
you own
of
it
the good things
100%.
that we need to do.
You own it, and you own it 100%.
Commissioner, I didn't interrupt you. You've
No,
interrupted
I'm
me
just
twice
asking-
now.
You mentioned my name,
Yes.
and I'm responding to something that's simply not true.
Yes.
You own it, and you own it 100%.
Absolutely.
And it's a bad deal.
No, it's not.
Oh, it is.
The county is not going to change. This
Everybody
is
here
the-
thinks it is, except you.
If you would please just allow us to speak one at a time.
Sure.
It would really help us have a productive conversation.
Of course, but if you're mentioning my name and you're asserting
We mention
certain
each other's
things that-
names regularly on this dais.
I know.
And I waited my turn.
But you mentioned
then
my name
correct
and you
you
said that I was
when the
part of the deal.
deal is
I
negotiated.
do not want to own any part of this deal.
Gentlemen, can
Thank you.
I interject for a second?
Yes, sir.
Neither you nor him own it until we
That's the whole
finalize
point.
it. So nobody owns it.
The idea,
so far.
but somebody owns the idea.
So
I don't own it.
Why don't we
Nor do
vote
I
on the
want it.
deferment and move on?
Yes, sir.
So if I could just finish my
I
statement,
think-
please, gentlemen.
I want to
I
have
think
a
the
good
will of the
meeting
body, I think the will of the
for
body
the
is clear. I
commission.
agree, Commissioner. The will of the body is clear. It's 4-1. let's just defer the item. and
There's
move
no
on.
4-1 because there's been no vote taken.
Well, let's take the
Now,
vote.
I'm going to finish my statement, and hopefully, I'll get through it.
Hopefully.
Go right ahead, sir, and I would like to be recognized afterward.
Absolutely.
Guys, can
Absolutely. Now, Commissioner,
can we
please.
try to move forward?
Nope.
And kind of,
I would like to finish my statement.
all right,
Everyone gets to speak their piece up here.
you do.
Everyone gets to speak their piece
You
up here.
do. I'm just trying to set
And-
the right example for a new commissioner in her first meeting. That's all.
We're trying to give her a sense of civility.
Then let's not interrupt each other.
Okay.
The Omni CRA has many projects in place, both TIF deals and grants, that can only be executed if this CRA is extended. All of the potential opportunities we have there depend on us extending the CRA. And we have to look at all of the CRAs and the precedent set by the county. They're not going to change their 35%. If we want to change our portion, we can do that. We can do that as a CRA, we can do that as a city, but it will set back the entire process of this CRA carrying out its mission for quite some time. But that could be the will of this body. That 35% is not going out to the county either. It is slated to be spent within the footprint of the CRA. So all this money is going to benefit the city of Miami, and we get to direct it as a body of a CRA. So I just wanted to clarify some misconceptions. Commissioner Reyes, to what date would you like this item deferred?
Let me clarify some of what you said, sir. And for your information, the county portion is only $11 million. City portion is $19 million. 35% of $19 million is $6.5 million that will come to the city coffers. As I'm reading, this is from the county. I'm reading, it says, the county will receive, shall provide funding to Miami, the CRA shall provide funding to Miami-Dade County in an amount equal to 35% of the omni-annual TIF revenue. Omni-annual TIF revenue. Or $25 million, whichever is less, okay, per year through September 30, 2047. Sir, this is, also it goes further and says, once the funds are returned to the county pursuant to this subsection CD, the county's use of the funds shall not be subject to this agreement or any restrictions or requirements of Chapter 163. What you're saying, sir, is not necessarily correct. What I'm saying is, let's analyze this, because according to what I have in front of me, and what made me ask for a deferral so we can clarify this, it is not the TIF received by the county. It is the tax increment, the total tax increment that they are going to get 35%. See, if they were going to receive only 35% of $11 million, it is not even $4 million, and they're asking for $25 million. What I'm saying is, it is the CRA, the tax increment is composed of our additional taxes the city should have gotten, and additional taxes that the county should have gotten. That instead of getting it to the city, getting those funds to the city for our general revenue use, it stays within the CRA. Well, the county is getting a part of that tax increment, which includes our.
All right.
You see,
so what date would you like the deferral to?
I don't know. I would like to have not in January. January will be great. So every one of us can. You see, this is for any one of us to analyze and to read. You see.
The first meeting in January, Mr. Clerk?
Or the second one?
Second meeting in January. That is January 27th, correct?
Right.
Yes.
That is RE8 to be deferred to January 27th. And in the meantime, Mr. Manager, I'd like to have our budget office talk to each commissioner's office. Not the CRA administration, but our city administration talk to each commissioner's office to clarify the discrepancies on how the TIF is divided, what the clawback involves, what percentages, because we don't need to argue about it on the dais. I think there may be a misunderstanding between us about how the TIF is separated and what the city keeps. I mean, what the county keeps, what the city keeps, and what the CRA gets.
All right, call the question.
No, we're still setting the agenda, sir.
Yeah, but
Are there other, no, this is the entire order of the day altogether.
All right.
Are there other items that commissioners would like to see deferred, continued, or withdrawn?
Madam City Attorney?
Yes, PZ 5, we're still working through that.
Okay.
I believe the manager already asked for that one to go to December 9th.
December 9th.
Thank you, thank you.
For my part, PZ 9, I'd like to see that deferred to the second meeting in January as well, January 27th.
Okay.
That's the gambling ordinance.
And also Chair PZ 6, if I could request a reset on that.
I'd like to at least have the initial discussion on that this afternoon after lunch.
I would agree with that.
Which is that?
This is the
Marijuana.
medical marijuana appeal.
dispensary.
So we won't defer that at this point. I'd like to have a discussion on that early in the afternoon, and then we'll make a decision as a body at that time.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I could ask the indulgence of the chair in this body, if we could bring, right after we set the agenda, the item having to do with Simon Bolivar Park, the second reading of the naming of the park. We have some very distinguished guests that are here today.
We'll take up SR4 right after we set the agenda in the order of the day. Are there any pocket items that anybody would like to add to this agenda? Commissioner Reyes, I'll count your item as PI1.
The mayor has one and I have one, and they're all kind of related for Christmas.
Let me just set, Commissioner Reyes, we'll call it the Freedom and Tower Resolution. That's PI1. Commissioner Carollo, yours is PI2. What is it?
It's a resolution of the Member State Commission waiving the two temporary event limitations in two different locations.
Does that, Commissioner Carollo, does that include the one that I'm requesting also, or can we do it together into yours?
Is that
They're separate
25
items.
But can we put
Is
them
that
together?
2500 Northwest 7th Street?
Yes, sir. And there's another one that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
You could put it in
We put them
yours.
together
Yeah,
as
okay,
for
yeah.
Christmas, fireworks, all
That's
that,
fine.
Christmas trees, yeah. Okay. We'll put them together then,
Okay.
okay?
Okay, that'll be PI2. And what does the mayor have?
The mayor has a resolution allocating, appropriating from the special revenue funds a total not to exceed $100,000 to the Bayfront Park Management Trust for the New Year's Eve celebration.
Okay. PI3, mayor's pocket item, New Year's Eve.
So you're getting another 100 for,
No, why don't you?
I'm gonna go this year, so I wanna
Why-
know.
Why don't you speak to the manager so you can see what's happened?
Okay, they took it away.
No,
I will.
yeah, I prefer than getting it out in the air.
Okay.
Speak to the manager,
Okay.
he'll explain to you what happened. The only thing that I'm not happy about is that I got a heck of a lot more work between now and New Year's.
Right. But at least I get to spend New Year's Eve with you.
Well, absolutely. All of you are invited. It's the city's event,
It's
we're
a
putting
great
it
event.
together.
It was a great event.
Nobody else, we're putting it together.
Yes, yes.
All right. Are there any other items to add to the agenda, Mr. Clerk?
The city manager has a pocket item.
We'll call that PI4. What is it?
The police item.
What is it?
It's a police item, moving monies from one sub-object to another for expenses that were incurred early this year.
Police expenses. All right.
But hold on a second, I have a question on that.
You're recognized.
Didn't we pass a resolution that disallowed that to happen, for them to move things at their discretion?
Yes, this is asking for permission to allow them to move monies from one object to
What are
another.
they moving money? From where to where?
Minor equipment to, I believe, safety supplies, sir.
Okay.
But now you all see what the Miami Herald editorial board did not want to see. This is why I placed that. Because the budget that we were thrown from the police department with just a budget thrown together.
Right.
I'm not blaming anybody that's here now. I'm blaming the former chief for that. And I knew what was going on because he wasn't paying attention to anything going on. And I knew that he figured he would just throw us anything, and then he would move funds any way he wanted to.
And he didn't know that we were going to catch him,
Well, he got
his little
caught.
shell game that he was playing. And the Herald, of course, would never write anything about that. Why would the Herald write that? But he was playing a shell game,
Yep.
and we caught it, and the Herald got upset, and he obviously is
Well,
gone.
So this is why they're coming back, and get ready, because every meeting they're going to be bringing stuff
Of course.
to us.
It's the right thing to do. The public can see where we're spending money, where they're spending their dollars, instead of hiding the dollars that they were doing, shelling their money.
Mr. Clerk, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a statement I need to read into the record for the indefinite deferral of PC 1 and 2. Pursuant to Section 62-22 of the City Code, an indefinitely deferred action initiated by the city will cost the city mail noticing, advertising, and posting of properties as applicable. And I also have a few co-sponsor requests. It's my understanding that Commissioner King would like to co-sponsor CA2. Commissioner Russell would like to co-sponsor FR2.
And FR1, please.
And FR1. And Commissioner Correa would like to co-sponsor RE10.
All noted. All right, any other changes to the agenda?
And you could also put me in co-sponsoring CA2.
All right, is there a motion on the agenda?
The motion?
Moved by Commissioner Carrillo,
I
seconded by
will do,
Commissioner Reyes.
I will add, I'm sorry, if you allow me.
You
I
reckon?
will add a co-sponsor CA2 and FR1 as well. CA2 and FR1.
Noted.
And I'm going to add additional co-sponsorship moving on to the course of the day.
Of course. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We have an agenda. All right, thank you all for your
Mr.
patience.
Chair, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
you're very recognized.
If I may, there's a vacancy now with the Overtown CRA, and I'd like the board to take it up because there's a CRA meeting scheduled for the break, and historically, the District 5 Commissioner is the chair.
So move.
I will move that
So moved.
as
All
a
right.
pocket item. I'll second that.
Thank you.
I don't think you're going to have a problem. I think there's a motion and a second to appoint Commissioner King as the chair of the Overtown CRA.
Yes.
Is there,
I was waiting for later.
is there any further discussion?
None.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes
We can take
unanimously.
SR4 now?
Yes, SR4 is moved by Commissioner Carrillo. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Labortia. I'd like to open the floor for public comment on SR4 Simon Bolivar Park. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak on
Well,
that specific item?
We do have a few people that would like to speak, but before they do, we were sent a video from someone that I think is known by all of us and many in the public, that is the duly elected president of Venezuela, not the dictator that is running it. We have a video from Juan Guaido thanking us for this step.
I was a co-sponsor of this.
You were? Yes, if I remember.
That's right.
I think we had other co-sponsors too. Can you put that in, please?
Quiero enviar un especial saludo a la comunidad de Miami y en especial agradecimiento por este importante gesto en nombre de la libertad, de la democracia. Por supuesto, la alcaldía, el comisionado Carrollo, que toma en cuenta la lucha, la resistencia democrática al otorgarle el nombre de Simón Bolívar, el padre de la patria, a este espacio, un espacio de encuentro, un espacio de, sin duda, poder participar en comunidad, y como comunidad latina, como comunidad latinoamericana, como comunidad americana, arraigados en valores fundamentales, pensando en la democracia, pensando en el futuro, pensando en el encuentro del pueblo americano y por supuesto el venezolano, pero sobre todo en todos los que luchamos por la democracia y la libertad, con el pueblo cubano en este momento, con el pueblo nicaragüense. Así que este espacio, este encuentro, esta comunidad que genera los espacios públicos, la inversión pensando en el ciudadano, debe ser entonces también un punto de encuentro que espero visitar muy pronto cuando logremos la libertad en Venezuela, como también espero visitar muy pronto una Habana libre y veremos como generación un continente libre en la lucha por la democracia, en la lucha por la libertad. Muchísimas gracias y que Dios los bendiga. Quiero enviar un especial saludo a la comunidad.
Commissioner Carollo, do you think you can briefly just summarize what he said really quick, like in a sentence or two, the main, just for the record?
Microphone.
Quickly summarize, like you said, he's thanking this body for the steps that we are taking in naming the first phase of what will be a large park, Simón Bolívar. This is the phase that the city owns already, and there's 2 additional phases that if we're able to acquire them in the future. One is in the hands of Governor DeSantis, so I feel very comfortable on it. Even though there are some that are trying very hard for personal greed to stop it, but I have the confidence that that won't happen. But there are 3 phases. One is the one that we're approving today with the approval that if the other phases are required, that would be added to it. The idea would be to eventually have Simón Bolívar Park be united in the boundary with José Martí Park in the river. If I could translate that for some of the public that's here. En el día de hoy estamos ya aprobando en una votación final la aprobación del Parque Simón Bolívar. La primera fase que se está aprobando es la que ya la ciudad es dueña de la tierra, pero también en esta enmienda se está aprobando si la ciudad adquiere en el futuro las otras 2 fases que se pueden unir a este parque para hacer otro gran parque que va a terminar unido por el río de Miami al Parque José Martí. La segunda fase, unos señores que han hecho mucho dinero con el gobierno de Maduro son los dueños y se le pagaría lo que vale la tierra, no lo que ellos piensan que vale la tierra. Esto no es Venezuela. La segunda es el Estado que es dueña y confío en el gobernador DeSantis que cuando llegue el momento apropiado que haga lo correcto para poder unir el Parque Simón Bolívar con el Parque José Martí. Así que eso es lo que hay y espero que fui breve, como me pidió la abogada, de explicar brevemente lo que dijo el presidente Guaidó.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, is there folks from the public you'd like to speak? If there's anybody who'd like to address the body regarding SR4, please approach either of the lecterns. Come on up. If you could just let us know your name, and you're very welcome to speak.
My name is Alberto Peros. I represent VARA, Venezuelan American Republican Alliance. We are a group that have a mission here in the United States. I am an American now, old gladiator that had the privilege to be accepted in this country, and when I swore to defend it, I am into it. I'd like to thank you for the display of what you did before. I know the Europarliamentaries were there, and you're saying, let's show some accommodation here. No. I'd like to thank you, because in that passionate discussion, it shows only one thing. You people care. If nobody discusses anything, it's like, let it go, who cares? No. And by the way, I want to tell you, you did something wrong. You inspired me because I want to run, I want to join, and you have to put your chest into this. And this is what I tell Venezuelan people. Get involved. This town was founded by Cubans. They came before, and they had the generosity to tell Venezuela 23 years ago, be careful, don't flirt with disaster. That's our motto in VARA, Venezuelan American Republican Alliance, because we have conservative issues, principles that are non-negotiable. We like to say there is a Europarliamentary from Italy. He comes from Wonder Woman Italian Meloni, okay? They have no compliance to anything that is not conservative issues to rescue a nation that is under attack. So is the United States today. I had the pleasure to speak with the governor, and the governor told me, do me a favor, do a little speech, quick. So this way you can tell what is the booklet, the parallelism that is between what happened in Venezuela and may happen here. I said, sir, it's happening right now. It's exactly the same booklet in the schools, in inflation, in everything, and you see it. You see it. Thanks to the police, thanks to you that you're putting your chest into it, Florida is the jewel of the crown. Now, having said that, Venezuelans, we come from the future, and we come to warn you, do not flirt with disaster. On that note, I'd like to tell Venezuela, thank you, Commissioner Carollo, thank you, Manolo Reyes. I've seen them work because VARA is in the street. We have the temperature of the street. We beat the street. In campaigns, everywhere, no matter who we support, these people are always in the street. I see Carollo at 7, 8 o'clock at night with turkeys in his hands and things and delivering. This man is up to the task. Comisionado Reyes is always with a smile in his face, always ready to attend these people. La Portilla is always there. I saw how you fight. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the generosity of this park. And I tell Venezuelan, get involved, use the park as a place where we can meet. Venezuelan and our autochthonous culture, we go into arepas and places like that because we didn't have a space where really we could represent. Use it. Use it wisely. Don't let it run into just a place that then, it will be abandoned and will come somebody who will do, something into the statue. Like Italians and Spaniards defend Columbus, let's defend Simon Bolivar for all the right reasons, not a regime that uses Simon Bolivar for a very convenient thing. Simon Bolivar said, morale loses, morals and lights. And morals went to hell in Venezuela years ago, and even electricity, if we want to talk about light, is failing, okay? He was the one, if nature opposes, we will fight against it. Today he will be crucified to go against climate, for example. But anyway, please, thank you for the generosity. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment.
No, we have other people.
I apologize.
We have two other very distinguished guests.
You're very welcome.
One is Oscar López.
Bueno, a los comisionados, Cámara, de verdad
Si
que...
pudiera esperar un segundo para ver si buscamos una traductora que lo traduzca.
Una
We have a translator here.
Mi inglés no es tan bueno.
If she could just stand at
Voy
the
a
other
hacer en
lectern.
inglés,
Miami,
pero
no
bueno.
importa.
¿O lo hago en inglés?
There she is.
Pero no, muy bueno. Okay. My reconnaissance and thanking and the history of people, the other peoples, in different circumstances, is always pleasing and honor. Today it's our turn to thank the city of Miami and the United States is together. Thank for two reasons. For having already welcomed almost 300 Venezuelans in this city. On the almost 6 million that we have, unfortunately, population, the world displaced with the consequences of the disgraceful regime or beloved Venezuela. It is very significant that day we celebrate the creation of the park in the city of the life and with the name of our father of the country and liberator and the fight nation, Simón Bolívar. The two ideas, park and the name of our liberator, transports us the world freedoms and independences. Bolívar figured that with this emancipatory structure reflects as the best examples for perseverance, security, and decision to achieve a continental goal and part of a story that was none other than a people is responsible for their own destinies and thus in fundamental human rights. paragraph uses the image of freedoms, spaciousness, nature, and ground of the city, in the case on the banks on the rivers. Clear, sky, freedom, was word, the palabras, the words, and the liberator, Simón Bolívar. The man of honor has on other country that one in which the rights of citizens are protected and the sacred character of humanity is respected. Thank you.
Thank you.
The lady that is standing before us now is none other than Norca Márquez, the mother of Juan Guaidó. Un honor tenerla aquí, señora. Un
Gracias.
verdadero honor.
Gracias. Buenos días.
Mucho gusto.
Thank you. Good morning. Le doy las gracias a usted, a todos, en nombre de mi país,
I thank you all
en
on
nombre
behalf of my country,
de mi hijo Juan Guaidó,
on behalf of my son Juan Guaidó,
que lleva la lucha de nuestro país.
that is carrying the fight of our country.
Le doy las gracias
I thank you all
por este espacio
for this space
que nos brindan a los venezolanos
that you're giving us, Venezuelans,
con el nombre de la plaza de Simón Bolívar, nuestro libertador.
for the name of the square, Simón Bolívar, our liberator.
Soy representante de todas las madres de Venezuela
I'm a representative of all the mothers in Venezuela
que tuvo que salir a juro
that had to
porque
leave
me
by
perseguían.
force because I was chased.
Me iban a encarcelar
I was going to be imprisoned.
y bueno, tomamos la decisión, mi hijo tomó la decisión de sacarme.
And you made the decision, my son made the
Tuve
decision to take
el
me
año
out.
pasado mi hermano preso también.
Last year, my brother was in jail as well.
Y bueno, gracias a este país
Thank you.
que nos han acobijado
Thank you for this country who has
y en nombre de mi familia,
received us,
de
and on
mi
behalf of
hijo
my family and
y
my
de mi
son
país,
and my
mil
country.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Muchísimas gracias.
Buenos días,
Good morning.
mi nombre es Alejandro Rebolledo,
My name is Alejandra Aguillero.
soy magistrado del Tribunal Supremo de Justicia de Venezuela,
I'm a magistrate in the Supreme Court of Justice in Venezuela.
que tuvimos que salir en el exilio en el año 2017
We had to leave by force in 2017
por la persecución del régimen criminal de Venezuela.
because of the persecution of the criminal regime in Venezuela.
En este momento, la delincuencia organizada
At this time, the organized delinquency
tiene el control de Venezuela.
has the control of Venezuela.
La mafia china,
The Chinese mob,
la mafia rusa,
Russian mob,
la mafia turca,
Turkish mob,
el narcotráfico mexicano y colombiano
and the drug dealing of Mexicans and Colombians
operan en Venezuela.
are operating in Venezuela.
La amenaza iraní
The Iranian threat
es cada vez más latente.
it's stronger every day.
Las sanciones americanas
The American sanctions
han hecho posible cercar al régimen de Venezuela.
have accomplished to enclose the Venezuelan regime.
Solo las sanciones han permitido
Only the sanctions have allowed
que puedan tratar de buscar fórmulas de entendimiento.
they've been trying, that has caused them to reach some understanding.
Nuestro pueblo secuestrado,
Our people are kidnapped,
humillado
humiliated,
bajo el control de este régimen.
under the control of this regime.
Es para nosotros muy importante
For us, it's very important
reconocer
to acknowledge
a Simón Bolívar,
Simón Bolívar,
el padre de la patria,
our father of our land.
donde estableció uno de sus pensamientos:
In one of his thoughts,
la primera de todas las fuerzas es la opinión pública.
the most important strength is public opinion.
Dios concede la gloria a la constancia.
God gives glory to persistence.
Este reconocimiento y este paso de ustedes
This acknowledge and this space that you have allowed us,
para nosotros es muy importante.
for us is very important.
Es poder llegar a esa plaza
It's to be able to get to that square
y encontrarnos con nuestras raíces y con nuestros pensamientos permanentemente.
and find our thoughts and our roots constantly.
Estaremos infinitamente agradecidos
We are
donde
forever-
quiera que nos encontremos los venezolanos. Muchas gracias.
We are
Gracias.
forever grateful, us Venezuelans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Correa, with your permission, it would be an honor for me to co-sponsor this with you. This means a lot to me personally, actually.
Thank you very much.
And likewise for me.
Thank you.
Me as well, Chair.
Shall we call it a unanimous co-sponsorship?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And let me say that the closest to a Venezuelan that we have up here in the commission is our newest commissioner, Christine King, that was born just miles away from Venezuela in Guyana. So I guess she could be our honorary Venezuelan. And we're going to pick a very special day to cut the ribbon to the first phase of this new park. And thank you for your co-sponsorship.
It is an honor, and anyone who has served as he has, who we are honoring by naming the park after, of course, we would all support that.
Thank you. And Simón Bolívar was the liberator, not just of Venezuela, but of Colombia, of Ecuador, of Peru, Bolivia, a region that encompassed over 140 million people today. He accomplished what very few in history have accomplished. Admired by so many, not just in our own hemisphere, but across all continents. So we are naming this park for many, many of our residents that go way beyond Venezuelan residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there anyone else who'd like to say anything? I would. This is not just honoring someone of the past. This is a dream for the future of Venezuela. I actually worked in Venezuela 30 years ago for a good bit of time. Yo aprendí a hablar español en Caracas, chamo. I learned to dance merengue in front of los melódicos. I worked in Hotel Tamanaco, in Los Chorros, Las Mercedes, Los Ranchos. My dreams, my memories of a Venezuela from before, it makes me want to, I won't go back until I can see it in a way that I remember it. And it means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this, Commissioner Correa.
Well, thank you for those words. You shouldn't keep secrets like that for as long as you did. It's very touching.
Las Mercedes in particular.
Yes, and I worked in the Maxis in Belmonte.
Yes.
I have many good memories. So many. I fell in love. Never. We're going to stop there.
Yeah.
We're going to stop there.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it.
Better stop that. Better stop that.
All right. All in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Can we bring them up for a picture?
You wanna do
with
pictures?
us? Can we bring them up for a picture, una fotografía con
Venga para
nosotros?
acá por una foto. Aquí
Una foto,
adelante.
por favor, venga para
Aquí
acá.
adelante que es más espacio.
Aquí adelante más espacio.
Chairman, while everybody's coming up, I'm just going to read the title as everybody's coming up. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission naming the parcel of land consisting of approximately 8,219 square feet of land located at 1 Southwest South River Drive, Miami, Florida, Simon Bolivar Park, amending Chapter 38, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Parks and Recreation in General, by creating Section 38-30 of the City Code titled Naming of Simon Bolivar Park, further directing the city manager to take any and all actions necessary to effectuate the naming of the park, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
Just get ready for public comment. We're going to do public comment right now. Okay, so just get to the front.
Like a bad dream. Madam City Attorney.
All right, we will move to public comment now.
Yo quería que tú tuvieras la foto, usted es venezolano, oye.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are now going to move to public comment for the entire agenda. Anyone who's here to speak to this body and the public on any of the items on our agenda today, including the pocket items, please make your way forward to the lecterns. Yes, sir.
Order in the court.
If everyone could move their conversations into the lobby, please. We'll move to public comment on the remainder of the agenda. This is your opportunity to address this body. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak. All you have to do is let us know your name, the item you're speaking on. You must be speaking on an item on the agenda. You'll hear a small tone at about 30 seconds. That's your signal to try to wrap it up. And then you'll hear a longer tone when your time is up, at which point we'll ask you to let the next person speak. Madam Holmes, good morning.
Thank you, Commissioners, Chair. Wow, there's so much that I've been through, but I wanted to take the opportunity. I'm speaking to you in regards, I guess, to PH1 and PH2.
And your name for the record?
My name is Madam Holmes, Renita Holmes. I'm keeping my address exempt because I am a whistleblower, and as of today, what I'm talking to you and sharing with you is my concern, particularly to Commissioner Carollo, Commissioner Russell, because you know the comments that you made in regard of homeless individuals and how to help them and adopt the homeless. Man, I'm 60 and I want to be adopted so bad. And Commissioner Russell, you know how much time I put into the homeless and still tracking those from Liberty City, from Coconut Grove to Liberty City. Affordable housing has affected us in the most disparate way, particularly those of us who are African American, LGBTQ, and transgender. You know me to be a person that does my research. However, I'm here today to make a verbal complaint. Someone informed me have made complaints to the manager regarding some activities and Section 8 vouchers regarding some of the displacement that I'm doing. I know how to read rules, I know how to count days, but when we start giving monies, which I'm wondering, are we giving our emergency rental assistance program monies to organizations that do not respond in phone call? And I don't want to slander anyone. Then I feel that there's a lack of oversight and accountability. But when I've been somewhere 12 years and I'm moving, because as an African-American woman, I want to talk about property management. I want to talk about what pesticides you're using. I want to know why seniors and persons with disability have to clean up pesticides and are being put out because they don't want to do that on the lease. What lease has that? I came through Camillus 12 years and rose up, started my own base business, never been late in rent, have been accused of things and abused by police officers. I stayed right behind center. I made it all the way to Washington, seeking peace with my officers, you know, just riding a scooter through that bunch of young folks. So I've done my due diligence. I've done my civic engagement. I've done my time. I'm here to tell you that I am being evicted because I moved into a place with a Section 8 voucher, looking forward to owning my own home as a person with disability, a supporter of transgenders, and you can call me LGBT, but let me tell you something. I love loving me, myself, and I.
Thank you, Madam
But to
Holmes.
be evicted, I'm making a complaint formally, sir, because someone inside Housing and Economic Development is faking and fraudulently doing inspections, and people and children are being put out. It's a couple of us on the park. I'd like to tell you more and defer, but I'd like to give you the opportunity to properly transition people with that money. The county's giving this money away, but the ERAP 14 million still got it. Why is it so hard to give it away when people like us need it? I don't want to be homeless because there's corruption. I don't want to be homeless because there's fraud. And I don't think that housing should be a choice, not put me somewhere there's mold and my children infected by it. I'll leave it there.
Madam
And I'm hoping that someone will follow up. Welcome to my commissioner, Christine King. I'd like someone from your office to contact me. I've already contacted someone at IE. But there's a park full of people, couldn't get to him today in my van, that need your help because somewhere we took a break on all of these other things and some people are being homeless and sick, and you know I don't play the radio. So thank you very much. I'm awaiting your call.
Madam Holmes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Walter Taché, 541 Bay Point Road, Miami. I'm talking about items PZ3, PZ4. I'm a board member of the Bay Point Homeowners Association, a 200-plus community, home community of over 1,000 residents, I believe. The board has voted unanimously to oppose PZ3 and PZ4. This is Magnolia Holdings 38th Street LLC's effort to amend the Flume and Miami 21 zoning designation from T5R to T680. The City of Miami Commission's Planning Department recommended denial of this. This has been pending since 2018 and deferred continuously. As noted by the Miami City Commission's Planning Department staff analysis, the traffic conditions where this proposed change in density is not conducive to the introduction of commercial uses to the area. With commercial, retail, and office uses comes many short in and out trips that could create a conflict with the high-speed traffic exiting the I-195 off-ramp onto Northeast 38th Street. In addition, the traffic pattern around the block does not provide the network flexibility required to increase development capacity for this area. Furthermore, with multiple parks nearby, the area is well-suited for residential character. The neighborhood already has. The potential for a completely commercial retail or office development would not be compatible with the surrounding areas. And again, we recommend that the commission vote against PZ 3 and 4.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to start off with introducing myself. Let's see. My name is Natalie Santana, and I'm a part of the Allapattah Community Fellowship, which is the leadership development program for the youth in Allapattah by the Allapattah Collaborative CDC. If I am permitted to, I'd like to hand these out.
Yes, if you have something, if you could just hand it to the clerk and he'll make copies for everyone. You can just stop the clock for a moment.
You may proceed.
So I am here today to ask for the support on our project Safer Together, which is an Allapattah campaign that we would like to host. This campaign will be held as an initiative to inform our residents and community on how to report a crime, which is accessing safety resources for reporting these crimes and community watches. Supporting this would mean amplifying the outreach of our campaign and social media, amplifying our campaign on social media and attending in-person events that will be hosted in Juan Pablo Duarte Park on the 10th of December, alongside the Miami Police Department and Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla.
Don't be nervous. You're doing well. You're doing great.
Yes. And that would be all.
Thank you. And I invite all the commissioners to go on December 10th. It's really exciting to see young people, all at one point or another, victims of some sort of crime in the Allapattah area, and advocates now for crime prevention and the things that need to be done in that area. A very neglected area for many, many years. So they came to my office earlier today. There were 5 of them, 6 of them, and it was really, really exciting how passionate they were about what they're doing. So I want all commissioners to please try to be there. If you can't be there, at least you can also offer some financial support for what they're doing from your offices. I know you all have a whole bunch of money right now, so you can give them a little money and help them move the project forward. So congratulations for the work you do and the work your colleagues, as they are now, right, do.
Thank you.
Well done.
Well done. Thank you for your advocacy.
To see our youth being active and working as hard as you are. You see, I'm a school teacher. I was a school teacher and I taught high school, and it always, I feel a lot of pride when I see the young people like you participating and trying to better off our community. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Linda Levy Goldberg. I live at 4430 Sable Palm Road in the beautiful community of Bay Point. I'm here as a Board of Director member representing our neighborhood and our neighbors. We have over 1,000 residents. We have 243 homes, but also personally growing up in Miami and knowing this area very well, I feel I represent the people in your district, but the people in the surrounding areas. I'm here on item PZ 3 and 4, which is the Magnolia development. They want to take 3 small parcels of land that are on the east side of Biscayne Boulevard at 38th Street and upzone from 5-story residential to 12-story mixed-use commercial. If anybody's been in that area, you know how horrendous the traffic is. If you're coming off of 195 onto Biscayne Boulevard heading west, you can be backed up all the way onto 195. If you're making the left from Biscayne Boulevard on 38th to get on I-95, that left turn in the morning can take you 20, 30 minutes. It's a nightmare. You have people cutting through to get to Northeast 2nd Avenue to try to get on the highway from the back area. The commissioners are here to represent our community, and I hope you will do what the City of Miami Planning Board has also recommended and deny this upzoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. No applause, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, it is afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner, and welcome to our new Commissioner, Christine King. Congratulations. Mr. Chairman, have we lost quorum?
It's public comment. Quorum's not necessary.
Okay.
It's surround sound here. Trust me, they're listening to you, Mr. Cruz.
With rapt attention, I'm sure. So I'm here on 2 separate items. The first is PZ8, and if I can direct your attention to the screen that I've put up. So here's Morningside Park and its beautiful bay view all across the park. And we have a bay walk there. You can see the bay walk in the foreground. The bay walk is 6 feet wide. But here is what the city has currently passed for its bay walk standards. It requires a 15-foot wide paved walkway. 15 feet, as if it's a one-size-fits-all. Now, that may work in a high-density area like Brickell or downtown, not so much in a neighborhood park outside a high-density area. We only need 6 feet. It's what we've had here. Here you see it. Also, take note of the oolitic limestone blocks along the shoreline in Morningside Park. There's our 6-foot wide walkway. It has worked fine since 1953, and I've never heard anybody say it's too narrow. But this is what would happen with the city's new guidelines, 15 feet wide. Look at how wide that is to the dotted line. The current minimum is too wide for low-traffic parks like Peacock, Myers, Kennedy, Pallet, Morningside, Legion, and Baywood. And here's what the city is currently planning on doing. Notice the coral rock blocks at the right and here. And then they want to plant mangroves, which would block our view of the bay, and the coastal plants that would do the same. They would grow up and block the view. And then here is where they want to put that 15-foot wide walkway. And you'll see here on the projection, it would cover these, or it would take out these trees. And here's the view. This plan would cut down 70-year-old trees for this proposed baywalk. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. There's another 219 trees slated to be removed from Morningside Park by the city's plans. That's horrible. Take out 219 trees to put in an open play space when the park already has plenty of open play space. It's destructive and it's a huge waste of money. Moving back to the seawall, so they're requiring a maximum of a 24-inch wide seawall. But 3 feet has been the standard for many years, and that's safer and more comfortable for the public for sitting, standing, and walking. Please modify the ordinance to allow 6-foot wide walkways in bayfront parks and 3-foot wide seawalls. Please preserve our precious bay views and waterfront open green space. Thank you. That concludes that portion of my presentation. I wanted to speak now on items PZ 3 and 4. That is the upzoning that was already mentioned by the good people from Bay Point. It's a terrible idea to do that upzoning. The staff recommended denial. Their report is substantial competent evidence. The Morningside, Bay Point, and Blue Condo associations, and I believe others, are opposed to it. Also, I've had the clerk pass out a yellow sheet that you should have in front of you. That is section 7128 C2G of the zoning code. And there is a very important protection against upzonings exactly like what is proposed here. If you look at the bold-faced sentence at the bottom, it says, "The analysis shall explain why the zoning change is appropriate and why the existing zoning is inappropriate in light of the intent of the Miami 21 Code and particularly in relation to effects on adjoining properties."
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. We have the document. You've got it in
Yes,
front,
I'm
so
done
we
reading
can
from
look at
it, yes.
Yeah, but
So
the time is up, sir.
Well, I was speaking on two different items. Am I to understand?
I'll give you a little deference, but we got to wrap it up, please.
I'm almost done. Thank you, Commissioner. So I would say that there is no hardship, there's no logical basis for granting this upzoning. It's simply a case of developer greed. Please don't be fooled by an offer to swap land for another lane of traffic. That's a red herring. The traffic problem there is caused by not having on-ramps from southbound Biscayne Boulevard to the expressway. An extra lane on 38th Street will not change that. And there is no traffic study that says otherwise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello. Hi, good morning. I'm Nicole Level, representing 350 South Florida and the climate community. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the CA2 resolution. So we are fully supportive of the greenhouse gas resolution and also propose divesting city finances from fossil fuels in order for the city of Miami to continue to be a climate leader. 350 South Florida presented last week a proposal for divestment to the Resiliency Office. Divestment simply means getting rid of stocks, bonds, pension plans, endowments, or any investments out of fossil fuels. 12 major cities belonging to the C40, which the city of Miami is a part of, have divested. Those cities include New York City, LA, New Orleans, Pittsburgh, and we have also presented to our neighbor city, the city of Hollywood, which has successfully passed the resolution and has committed to divesting. We urge you to include fossil fuel divestment as part of the city's climate mitigation strategy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Sherry Lerner. I live at 41 Southeast 5th Street, and I'm also the COO of Bolt Mobility, so I'm here to talk on FR3, the scooter pilot program. Obviously, we know that some people have been very frustrated with the program in terms of safety, scooters littering the street, being used for joyrides, and not to solve transportation problems. However, micromobility has many more benefits that outweigh these challenges. It reduces the need for cars downtown, and given the time to develop, the program can reduce congestion and auto exhaust. It can create jobs, which I've seen very closely with my company. We create more options for residents, such as commuting to work, shopping, accessing large events more easily, and so on and so forth. It also helps visitors explore our city. It's convenient for tourists, and it increases access for underserved populations. We have been a very responsible partner as well. We've been flexible and have tried to work with not only Miami, but all of the other cities to improve public safety and to make the program better. And we're also working on some exciting technology, including sustainable batteries, phone chargers, and other things that will lead the industry, helping Miami remain a Miami high-tech incubator. Micromobility is the future of transportation. Cities across the country are grappling with these same issues, working to figure out how best to serve communities. The program's success depends on how we as a community decide to implement it and utilize it as a tool to achieve our urban development goals and create the kind of physical environment that attracts families, investments, businesses, and visitors. Habits and desires are changing, and micromobility is coming, whether everyone likes it or not. We have a choice: make the most of it or fall behind as a destination city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Commissioner King. Neeson Kasdan, Ackerman LLP, representing the Miami Design District Associate and Affiliates on PZ 3 and 4. What I've come to report is that I, as you may have remembered, filed a motion to intervene in the matter. I have agreed not to proceed on the motion to intervene, and Mr. Recio, on behalf of the applicant, has agreed to not object to me having some time in the afternoon presentation to put some facts into evidence. So I just wanted to state that for the record at this time, Mr. Chair.
Got it. So it would be up to this body as to when the presentation would take place, not the applicant. So it's not an intervention, but you'd like to make comments, so there won't be a cross-examination back and forth?
Yeah,
It's
there's
just a presentation.
Correct. It's just a presentation to put evidence, there's facts in the record. I felt that it was not necessary, as long as that could be done, to take the commission's time to have the argument back and forth over intervention.
And you'd like to speak at the item, obviously,
I'd like to
not during
speak
this
at the
time.
item,
We'll
yes.
accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you. Name's Kirk Kaminer. I'm here to speak on FR3, and I wish to also mention that though my face and name is associated with a prominent road safety 501c3 nonprofit locally, I am speaking entirely as myself today. And I believe the scooter program is essential to the continued funding and expansion of barrier-protected bike lanes in downtown Miami. While most projects like these fail due to lack of funding, Miami has a very unique opportunity in that this pilot program has helped to fund the downtown micromobility network and has the ability to do so, to continue to do so. This protected bike lane network provides a genuinely safe space for those riding virtually any form of micromobility, whether that's scooters, bicycles, or e-trikes. In fact, protected lanes provide a space so no one feels obligated to ride on the sidewalk, solving that problem. And while the most recent study about protected bike lanes estimated that most cities will see 44% fewer deaths and 50% fewer injuries with a proper completed network. But the network isn't anywhere near complete. And what option remains when one removes this entire mode of transportation and continues to deprive its users of a safe space? I've seen construction workers commuting on scooters, and I know of a lawyer in downtown who does it as well. The former probably can't afford a car, while the latter can and will use it. Multiply this a few times, and Miami's cartoonish levels of traffic congestion will increase. This is no time to stop or pause progress that we needed yesterday. We need a scooter pilot program to ensure that our city can have protected bike lanes like these for bikes, scooters, and even e-trikes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Ulysses Kemp, president of Buena Vista Heights Neighborhood Association, and I reside at 76 Northwest 39th Street, Miami. I'm here to speak on PZ3 and PZ4. And the proposed rezoning would increase the density from 90 to 208 units, and the buildable area would increase of 378,000 square feet. In addition, the height would increase from 5 stories to 12 stories maximum, which is out of character for that entire area. There's nothing on the north side of 195 that's anywhere more than 3, 4, 5 at the max. And the rezoning currently, it doesn't permit any commercial or office use as defined in Miami 21. If the parcels are rezoned to T68, almost all lodging, office, and commercial uses would be permitted. And if successful, this will aid in surrounding properties to also seek upzoning, which would magnify the problem. I don't know if you guys are aware of that exit coming from 38th Street to Biscayne Boulevard, but if any time of the day that you try to exit that exit, with the current uses that are in place, it's virtually impossible. And sometimes I've been backed up on 195 trying to get off of that. That's my exit to go home from Miami Beach. And I've had to actually sit on the highway just to get off of the roadway just because of the traffic backed up at Biscayne Boulevard. And if you're going to increase the density, there's no way. This infrastructure does not even support what's there now. I recommend, as with the city planning department, denial on all these for PZ3 and 4.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Kemp. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Russell. How are you, sir?
Good, thank you.
Welcome, Commissioner King. My name is Alvaro Puente. I reside at 16 Northeast 3rd Avenue in Miami. I am a longtime resident and business owner in downtown Miami. I am a fleet manager with Bird. I'm here to speak about FR3 in support of the program. This program has allowed me as head of household to pay for medicines, rent, food, and it is indispensable for the well-being of my family and others like myself that work every day and every night tending to our scooters, rebalancing and make sure that they are orderly and properly positioned. We have so far this year had 273,924 rides on our Bird scooters from subscribers. They greatly depend on our vehicles for transportation. We have realistic projections of increased readership in every month ahead. I implore you, I am only one person, but like me, there are many, many families that are also residents and would suffer were this opportunity be taken away from us. I am grateful to have given the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you, Ken. Commissioner Carollo, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Pull the mic down.
My name is Catherine Dremluck, and I'm here on behalf of the Peer Group. The People's Economic and Environmental Resiliency Group supports the mission of the Miami Forever Carbon Neutral Plan and the incorporation of climate justice considerations in the city's policy framework. The harmful impacts of climate change are already being felt along racial and socioeconomic lines throughout Miami, where low-income, predominantly Black and brown residents face the largest inequities imposed by energy burdens, climate gentrification, and physical vulnerability to climate impacts without the resources necessary to relocate to safer areas. Where 41% of Miami workers receive median hourly wages that are below local living wages, the city must develop policies to alleviate pressures on climate justice communities by promoting economic diversification, creating living wage jobs, and preparing more Miamians for jobs in the emerging green economy. However, we also have several concerns about the shortcomings in the policy framework developed under the guidance of the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, especially where the city can offset emissions through negative carbon technology or carbon credits. Negative carbon technology is not widely employed on industrial scales that are necessary for net carbon removal. Instead of relying on uncertain technological innovations that future generations will be forced to pay for, the city should expand carbon-free technology, develop more proactive policies, and emphasize the urgency of the need to mitigate emissions now, where we presently face a climate emergency. The city's carbon neutral plan is an ambitious climate commitment that must be implemented in a way that meets the needs of the city's residents. Where climate commitments are really enacted in the way that community members have envisioned them, the city must be accountable to its residents by reducing greenhouse gas emissions through science-based and equitable policies. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Eric Offengand. I am with 350 South Florida, the Global Climate Action Group. We do want to just show our support for the greenhouse gas plan as a critical first step in mitigating the impacts of climate change here in Miami. We also do support the micro-mobility networks and the restoration of mangroves to our shorelines, like the project in Morningside Park. And we've been particularly appreciative of the efforts to include and solicit comments and ideas from the community and climate activists throughout these plans. However, the greenhouse gas plan, which we'll be voting on today, is a political compromise, and as we know, the physics of global warming do not compromise. We're urging the city to adopt this plan with the understanding that much more work needs to be done to save Miami from the flooding, extreme heat, storms, and other impacts of climate change that we're already starting to experience. Two things the city can do right away. First is to adopt the proposal that Mayor Suarez made on Earth Day to cease new methane gas hookups. I was very disappointed to read in a recent Herald article that gas company TECO heavily lobbied city leaders to eliminate this proposal. We can't continue to play political games like this with the climate in our future. Mother Nature does not like playing games. The second thing the city of Miami can do would be to make a commitment to fully divest city funds like pensions and general funds from fossil fuel companies. These are bad investments for the future, both financially and environmentally. Lowering investment demand for fossil fuels de-incentivizes new fossil fuel projects, decreases the demand for fossil fuels, and accelerates the global transition to the renewable energy economy of the future. Incidentally, lower demand for fossil fuels also will result in lower consumer prices as well. Once again, we are urging the Commission to pass the greenhouse gas reduction plan, but to continue working with the community and make Miami 100% sustainable and carbon-free. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mihai Preda. I'm speaking on item CA2 regarding the Miami Forever Carbon Neutral Plan. I'm a parent, I'm a physicist. I taught climate change in college for about 9 years. I'm with Parents for Future Miami. You can find us online at parentsforfuturemiami.org. Last summer, along with other parents and students, I joined the Mayor's Resilience Action Group. During the meetings, we pointed out the flaws in the Miami greenhouse gas reduction plan. Net zero by 2050 and the intermediate target are incompatible with a stable climate. A climate scientist explained it like this: net zero by 2050 has two fatal flaws. One is net zero, and the other one is by 2050. Another problem is the conflict of interest at the heart of C40, with Michael Bloomberg bankrolling and leading C40 while at the same time promoting fracking and investing in oil and gas. You can read more in our open letters to the city. So the plan as it stands will not give us a safe climate, but if you must pass it, and then let's start acting on the climate emergency. We raised the issue of negative emissions with Mr. Dodd and Commissioner Russell, and they didn't know their plan does that. So, for the sake of our children, I'm asking you to let me explain your plan to you. Please let me know when we can organize a workshop. I'm going to need more than 2 minutes for that. Do this for your children and your grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Mihai.
Good morning. Good morning. Melissa Tappanez with offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. Congratulations, Commissioner King. The ladies of the city of Miami are both delighted and very proud to see you up in the dais today. I'm here today on behalf of MANA Commons in support of SR3 and PZ7. The legislation before you is the result of an urban planning exercise that commenced back in 2019 between downtown landowners, the city's planning department, the Miami Parking Authority, Zaskovich Architects, Lambert Advisory, and my law firm. The objective is to revitalize the Flagler District by addressing certain shortcomings of the Miami 21 zoning code, specifically related to parking and loading. The goal is to address the issues that threaten the character of the Flagler District in low-scale development rather than assembling large portions of land in the urban core. We would like to thank DDA Chairman Manolo Reyes for championing these efforts. We are currently working with the Planning Department on a Phase 2 and are eager to bring that before you. That will address specifically the redevelopment of unsafe and obsolete buildings without losing their grandfathered status in order to allow for that revitalization that's so necessary on the Flagler Street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Bash, good afternoon.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jeffrey Bash. My homestead is 448 Northeast 39th Street in Miami. I have lived there for 20 years, which is across the street from the properties you're considering today with PZ number 3 and 4. I would like to submit on record 2 emails from the Director of FDOT Transportation Development. Well, here we are, the day we've been waiting so long for. At least those of us in my neighborhood that are threatened by the proposal for PZ items 3 and 4 on your agenda today before you. Specifically, I would like to remind you that the city staff analysis, which is substantial, competent evidence, recommends denial. Additionally, the items failed before the PZAB board. I am here to plead with you to protect our beloved residential neighborhood of Magnolia Park and to deny the application for PZ 3 and 4 today, which seeks to introduce commercial use deep into our residential neighborhood. Please note that you may hear from supporters via letters or public speaking of the application who have financial interest in this request, or are the applicant's tenants, as in the past, of the existing 1- and 2-story buildings that would no longer exist. Note also the primary investors reside in Aventura, Pinecrest, and Fisher Island. I respectfully request opportunity for qualified intervener status this afternoon, providing up to 10 minutes maximum for rebuttal following the applicant's presentation. I seek this privilege for the following reasons. I am more harmed by this upzoning and future land use change. The subject properties are across the street directly south of my neighbors and my homesteaded homes of historic nature, built in 1916, designated historic, one of 1922, and my home 1932. The application provides for 193-foot tall buildings, which will put our homes in the shade from the shadow of these towers.
Mr. Bash, you'll be seeking intervener status formally?
I'm sorry?
Will you be seeking intervener status formally?
I understand this is the formal way to do it.
Yes, we do that at the item. So this is the moment for public comment. Let's say if you were not seeking intervener status, you would have your 2 minutes right now. But if you would like to have a formal place at the table as an intervener, well, you'll have the chance to make that case when the item is brought up this
So
afternoon.
you don't need to hear right now my reasons why I want it?
No, you don't need to make the
let
case
me
for
skip to my
intervener.
conclusion.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. The application as submitted will undoubtedly create further driver anxiety, leading to the public further using our, I'm sorry, that's part of my substantiation. My apologies. I thought I was properly prepared. Let me say, the subject properties are situated at the face of the gateway into Miami from the Julia Tuttle Causeway, providing access into Miami for our friends and visitors from Miami Beach to the Miami Design District, the Upper East Side, Edgewater, Windward, and all the great offerings of Miami and our businesses here. We should be working to improve this access, not burden it further with creating the without adding to the existing driver rage, horn blowing, and standstill traffic chaos and desperation, leading to illegal traffic maneuvers and trespassing to get to their destinations. In closing, I ask that this commission to explain the criteria that warrants the applicant's request for a land use change and upzoning. The subject properties have already been upzoned multiple times during currently allowing for 70 feet, more than the rest of the residential neighborhood. Height restricted to residential. Most recently, it was upzoned during Miami 21 through the process of public input at city-hosted meetings, and former commissioners hosted meetings with property owners in the area directly. There have been multiple beautiful, new, profitable projects in the immediate area without any request for upzoning, and this application already enjoys a greater zoning at T5R due to its proximity to I-195. The remaining residential area is limited to T4R. Please hold the line on upzoning in our neighborhood and deny any commercial use to encroach upon residential zone portion of Magnolia Park. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bash.
When do I make this?
We'll be back. Realistically, that'll be taken up after 3 o'clock.
Just approach the podium?
When the item comes up, we'll ask if there's anyone who'd like to present as an intervener, and then you'll make your case and the commission will vote.
Okay, may I have 10 seconds on the Morningside Park?
Yes.
Okay, on the Morningside Park matter, speaking from experience in Magnolia Park, where we have about 300 feet of waterfront, we worked so hard to remove mangroves from our shoreline, both because of blocking the view and no one's able to clean all the debris. The winds blow from the east to the west. Unfortunately, we get all that debris that comes across the bay, and it's trapped in the roots. It's really unpleasant, it's disgusting, and I ask that you keep that in mind as you decide about mangroves. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Esio.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Congratulations, Ms. King, Commissioner King. I just wanted to say, for the record, I'm here on behalf of the applicant for PZ3 and PZ4, and we have not agreed as to the intervener status, so we will have to hear him out, as you will, and we may have an objection at the end of that. Thank you.
Understood. Mr. Torres.
Good afternoon. James Torres, President of the DNA. Congratulations. Good luck to you. Looking forward to working with you in the future. It's unfortunate that Alex Deportillas is not here right now because we wanted to talk about FR3 a little bit more in detail. Throughout the morning, I received a phone call from the BNA, and they're also standing with us to revoke the program. So I'm standing here today asking for support on that item. I know at one point Manolo Reyes was against it. Alex Deportillas seems to be against it today. And I'm looking for support on that. I don't know where Commissioner Joe Carollo stands. Ken Russell, we know where you stand on it, but at the end of the day, the program is not working. It's still in its RFP status. Maybe we sit down and have this conversation. I'll bring the chair, but at the end of the day, this is something that is just not working for downtown. If you guys want to open it up to other districts, have at it, but at the end of the day, this just does not work. Looking for support to revoke FR3 10797, the repeal of the scooter pilot program, please.
Well, I've been very clear.
Can you stop the clock, please?
I've been very clear from day one where I stand. I'm not in favor of this program, and this goes back to the inception of the program. So I'm not in favor of it, and I think we need to bring it to a head. Either we do away with it or we keep it, but keeping it in limbo like this is not doing any good.
I appreciate that now that I see your position. It's just, we kind of keep going back and forth and play to spin the bottle with this, it seems like.
Hold on. First of all, Alex Deportillas is here.
I'm saying, like, I wish you were here in person.
I'm watching on television.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Of course, that's my job.
So
That's
we've
my
been trying to
job.
reach out to your office because
That's
we
my-
want to have a conversation because you've brought it up again,
That's my job,
and I appreciate that.
yeah. And
But, go ahead.
It's not a debate.
I'm sorry?
This is not a debate.
Okay.
There's a comment. We're going, through you, Mr. Chair,
Yes, you're recognized.
yes, we're going to have a conversation about this afternoon.
Okay.
I agree with Commissioner Carollo. It's this back and forth is enough. There's an RFP out there with some security and safety measures in place that is, frankly, Mr. Manager, has been really delayed. And the reality is that we have to have a conversation about it, and we will this afternoon.
Okay.
So that's all you need to know. But continue with your comments.
Okay, but let me finish out because the clock was stopped.
Yes, no,
Is-
we'll give you the extra 40 seconds, don't worry.
What's that?
We'll give you the additional time, don't worry.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you. It's just, when you see the program the way it is today, we're willing to champion it, but we can't support it the way it is. There's no infrastructure. The geofencing is not working.
No one can.
Downtown, I'm sorry?
No one in
Commissioner,
the...
let's let him.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I know...
Stop the clock again, please, for Mr. Diaz de la Portilla.
Well, am I recognized?
Of course.
Thank you.
But he has his time, so I just need to pause his time so you can speak to it.
It's time, but it's an important issue. I know that you may not agree with us, with the majority of the commission again, but the reality is that this is a program that, you're right, it doesn't work if it continues the way it is. So we have to have finality. And when I came in, when I was first elected, I always said, let's try to find finality, and at least come to a consensus that works for the whole city and works for the entire leaders of the city. So I agree with you. We're going to get to the right place. Just government moves a little bit slower than most people would like. And I apologize for that. And we all get frustrated by that. But we're going to get there.
Here's the thing,
Have
right?
faith that we're going to
Okay.
get there.
So,
Yeah, I'm good for now, yes, for now.
okay. But it seems now like there's additional traction, so I can technically probably have the vote the end of today. And I
But
think
you
it's
should never
important.
forecast the votes because
I'm not at all.
Okay.
But it's a thing we want to bring up because the BHA and the DNA are standing strong on this item because enough is enough. And it's just, I'm sorry, it's not working. I want to support it, but it's not working. So I want to be very clear. Hopefully this goes through by the end of today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
sir.
your comments.
Happy holidays. It's almost Thanksgiving, by the way.
Almost.
Good afternoon.
By the way, I'm having, Mr. Chairman, let me announce it now, it's a great segue for that. We're having a Thanksgiving dinner tonight at 6 o'clock. So if you end the meeting before 6 o'clock, we can all go have some turkey and some ham.
incentive.
And some good things to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mickey Witt with the University of Miami Bike Safe Program. I'm here to also talk about FR3, which is about the repealing of the scooter program. With all due respect, some of the things you were saying, the gentleman was here saying, had to do with infrastructure. And I think that continuing the pilot project, doing the changes, as Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla mentioned, doing the necessary changes that are required to continue to allow people to utilize micromobility is important. It's a segue into allowing people to make their way around our city, our wonderful city, in ways that are alternative to your traditional automobile, right? Traffic calming measures, decreasing traffic happens when we add alternative forms of transportation that make sense. And so people are going to be on scooters. Look at other major metropolitan cities around this nation and around this world that we want to compete with as a major metropolitan city. Without protected infrastructure, we can't do that. But we want to be that. You know, look at Paris, look at New York, look at Chicago, look at Philadelphia, look at DC. All of these major metropolitan cities have gotten the memo that protected lanes for micromobility is the only way to be able to allow this to continue and to be able to, again, quell the traffic concerns that we have. We need to get people out of automobiles. People are already getting out of automobiles. So I think that, you know, discouraging a program like this is not the way. I think, as you suggested, doing it in a different way, in a better way, the way it exists now is not really going to be sustainable, but making the changes we need, particularly protected bike lanes, will be lanes for scooters, lanes for bicyclists, lanes for people to keep them out of harm's way. So.
Thank you for your comments.
Miss, and you think all these bicycles and all these scooters and all these people are all going to be in the same lane? Is that what you're thinking?
They make sense in all these other major cities around the
Really?
world.
Well, I've been to
Yeah.
all those major cities you mentioned. Have you been to those major cities
I
you
have,
mentioned?
actually.
Yeah, really?
And I've
seen-
enjoyed them.
Have you seen the scooters all scattered around, thrown in the middle of
I
the
have
street?
not.
You
I have not.
Well,
So-
I'll send you some pictures then. Because I have
Oh,
in Paris.
you mean around our city, is what you're saying? Have I seen them
In
scattered around?
Paris, no, hold on a second. In Paris and Washington D.C. In those cities, have you seen scooters scattered around, thrown in the
I
middle of the
haven't
street?
seen them rampant, like
Really?
you suggest. No, I haven't.
Okay, well, then you're looking at the
But
wrong
that's not to
places.
say that there's no solution to that. You know, charging stations, things like that. There are companies out there coming up with alternatives. And the way you guys have created the, I don't know if it's City of Miami, but scooter drop zones, you know, we can have nice things in the City of Miami, right? I want to be able to believe that.
But nobody's fighting that. Nobody's fighting that. But are you disputing the fact that in Miami you have scooters scattered all over the place?
Am I disputing that? No, I
Okay.
agree with that. That's why I think that needs to be corrected. And
That's what we're
I think
trying
we
to
can
get.
come to a common ground on that. We
Oh,
need to
correct.
make some changes.
Okay.
But repealing the program and just getting rid of it because some people are being miscreants, so to speak, and not properly protecting property, is to punish all the rest of the people that are utilizing it properly. And I just don't think that's the correct answer. I think we can come up with a solution that makes sense to allow micromobility to be a real viable option in a city that a wonderful, thriving metropolitan city like Miami-Dade County, like the city of Miami wants to be.
Thank
So,
you for your comments.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Eric,
miss.
whenever time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who'd like to speak on any of the remaining items on the agenda for today, both planning and zoning, ordinances, otherwise? Seeing none, I will close public comment for the day. And gentlemen, we will break for lunch and come back at 3 o'clock. We are now going to take up the Overtown CRA meeting as we recess. Yes. So,
Yeah, I need to change the tape. You can give me about 60 seconds.
all right, so we're going to come back for the regular commission meeting at 3 p.m.
No, está bien. Ya no want this. Thank you.
CRA right now.
No, café, está bien.
I'm good, thank you.
Estaba manejando, pero después de 3 horas son que votan. Dame un chance.
Oh, thank you.
See you later. Have a great afternoon.
Did you include your resume on that?
Let me know about if you can talk about the. I did not, and I can. I wasn't sure how to approach it. Just what I said was what I said was more or less that I'd like to have a conversation with you or your staff to speak about that. I live in District 2 in Aguana. I've been in District 2 probably for like 12 years at this point. I know. Let me know how we can participate. And then the homeless thing, I'll reach out to you because we're looking for some specific things to make it happen. Okay? Thank you.
But I've left those and work independently now representing smaller developers.
I'll ask Daniel in my office to get back with you.
Lisa.
I'd love to, yeah.
Just feel free to send your resume in as well.
All right, no problem. Sure. Thank you.
Lisa. Laura. Laura. Laura, ven. Llámame a Isa también, por favor. Isa. El punto de los pullovers, el punto de los pullovers, ahí, mira.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order the November 18th, 2021 Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting. Mr. Executive Director, please briefly read the agenda items.
Thank you, and first and foremost, congratulations, the newly appointed chairman of the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA. You know, there's just no substitute for hard work. You earned it. Chairman and chairperson and the board, we have 2 items on the agenda. The first item, and I'll just summarize it, is a settlement agreement. Back in April 15, 2021, the CRA came before the board to seek authorization to bring a lawsuit against Miami-Dade County, as well as a private company called Alexandra LLC. It was concerning property owned by the CRA being a property tax exempt entity, and we lost a property in the CRA name for failure to pay taxes. So that's why we sued the county and we sued the bona fide purchaser of the property. At the end of the day, and I want to congratulate the attorneys who worked on this, the city attorney, Henry Huntingfield and Deanna Rasco, because at the end of the day, the person who purchased it, whether it was a mistake on the county for sending it through, or whether it was a mistake on the CRA for not picking it up earlier, we were able to reach a settlement to get this property back, notwithstanding that the purchaser had done nothing wrong. So the first item is to authorize a purchase price of $374,000, of which we will get approximately $184,000 back. And so for a net price of $190,000, the CRA is able to recover of the Lawson Law Office building. And as many of you all know, Judge Lawson was the first black judge to hold a public office in the South and also in Miami-Dade County. And so, and then let me go, and I can talk more about the actions. We have Henry Huntingfield here who can tell you more about the settlement if it's necessary. And Madam Chairperson, the second item is a resolution where the CRA as a corporate sponsorship for the Camillus House 22nd Annual Hope for All Gala. This is an annual sponsorship we do with the Camillus House being an entity that's within the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA boundaries. So that is a summary of the 2 items. And I'm open for any questions on any of those items.
I move it. I second it.
Oh, is there anyone here for public comment on either one of these items? Seeing no one for public comment, we move to approve both items.
Yes.
First, I'd like to disclose that I am a board member of the Camillus House. I've gotten an opinion from the city attorney that there's no conflict, as I do not hold office. I'm not a paid person with the Camillus House, so there is no conflict with me having voted on this.
Clarification taken.
So, move.
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
And if I may add an item to the agenda, you have been given a separation package for the executive director, Mr. Shiver. I'd like to thank him for his service. And for your review is his separation package, and I'd like for you to approve that.
What's the amount?
The terms are 3 months and 2.5 weeks of sick pay.
So moved. Second. Has been mutually agreed, right?
Mutually agreed, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, that's so moved.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
That I don't understand that it says we'll pay him 90 days pay, 100% of earned but unused sick leave as of November 18th of this year. Are we saying that what we're giving him is unused sick leave?
Yes.
Okay.
It's approximately 2.5 weeks.
Okay. That's right. But let me be sure, we're not giving him the 90 days and then on top of the sick leave. Just the 90 days is the accumulated sick leave that he had.
No. He's going to be paid 3 months and 2.5 weeks of sick time.
And what's the total amount?
I don't have the total amount.
Well, I'm sure he does.
On what? On my sick?
On the whole severance package. Mr. Shiver.
I haven't broken it down.
You haven't broken it down?
Because we just settle it. Well, really, I
Really? You haven't broken it down?
I was asking for, I turned 65 in August, and I was trying to get 9 months until I can retire at 65.
Right.
But we resolved it for 3 months. And
Right.
so I don't know the exact amount because I get direct deposit and I live from paycheck to paycheck. So I'm not being, I'm not avoiding the questions. I really don't know. But it's not that much.
I know.
It's
I know.
not,
I know
it's
it's
not
not that much.
commensurate to my years working with the city and working with the CRA. But I am in agreement with it because this is the right thing to do, the right time for the right commissioner.
Because you believe that when you have a new chairman of a CRA, that the commissioner, the new chairman, has the right to pick their own executive director, their own staff, correct?
I'll go beyond that. I'm from the old school. I call you guys the Fabulous Five, and I don't think there's nothing that you can do wrong because I was trained to always make my decisions consistent with the wishes of the city commission. And so I truly believe, and I articulated this to the newly elected commissioner, that she, like any of you, have 100% right to work with any executive director that you feel comfortable with. That was never the issue. The issue I raised, and has been resolved, as long as the process is amicable, because what I did not want is to leave the impression that something was wrong or something was bad.
Correct.
And so that, and I'm very relieved that I was the only person thinking like that, And so at the end of the day, will this get me where I want to be? Who knows? But it's a good, clean break. There's no animosity. I'm still available to assist the new administration, and I'll have further conversations. But Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Carollo, I just want to go back home. I'm from Coconut Grove, the first black community, and the wonderful things that we have achieved, right? And Overtown needs to be duplicated where I'm from. The Overtown CRA is emerging, has emerged from poverty, and there's a lot of work that's still to be done. And that was because of your leadership and the many executive directors that came before me, and I put my spin on it too. So at the end of the day,
Thank you.
this is a good day.
How many?
Thank you, Mr. Shira.
How many years have you worked as the executive director?
And I think it's about 4 years. Prior to that, I was the chief of staff for Commissioner Spence Jones. I was the chief of staff for Jeffrey Allen, and when he came in after Arthur Teal. So I've been around. I worked on a lot of CRA-related activity prior to going over there, but I think I've been on executive director for like 4 years.
About 4 years. So what we're giving you is about a month for each of those 4 years if we include the unused sick leave.
Which is not that much, but
It's fair.
I'll be gracious if you, think that it.
Are you satisfied?
No,
Yes, I
sir,
am.
and by the way,
Yes, I
thank you. Thank you for your service. I second the motion, so I'm already there. I just wanted to ask you some questions.
And I appreciate that, and my work, and I'll let the commissioner through, but my work is not done, and I think the accolade should go to you all, okay? Because we have accomplished a lot in Overtown. I'm not leaving Overtown. I'm just, 5 blocks away.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
May I have a motion?
Yes,
Yeah, we have the motion.
Second.
Motion has been made in a second, but I wanna thank Mr. Shriver. I don't know if you recall the first time that I went to one of your meetings. The first thing that I asked was, where is the business development and training program? And you developed one immediately. Thank you, and I think that we have to keep that, Madam Chair, because it is of the utmost importance that residents of Overtown are able to establish their own businesses and manage their own businesses there. Also, home ownership, which is very important.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item?
Good afternoon, Keon Williams, 1235 Northwest 52nd Street, Miami, Florida. I just want to say to Neil, as a towner, born and raised, and as a business owner, it's been a pleasure. I remember at the last meeting when Clarence was stepping down and they were announcing you at the Lyric, and I was happy. And I'm still happy today because I've seen the growth and evolution of Overtown as a kid who used to get mangoes out of Purvis Young's backyard. We used to sell those same mangoes and Spanish limes along 2nd Avenue, now where my current business is. And so I've seen the evolution. I've seen all of the fights that have taken place for this vision to come about. And I just want to let you know that as a kid born and raised in that community, when all of the conversations were going on about the Overtown for the next 20, 30 years, I was in high school when those conversations were going on, and I'm glad to say today that I see the vision. I'm glad that you were a part of the steering of that ship, and it means a lot to me to have known you in such a way, and I do consider you a friend. So thank you for your service, and I'm sure I can speak on quite a bit of the community in Overtown to say we're thankful to have had you.
And thank you for the warm words, because you represent the future of Overtown.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Seeing no one else for public comment, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
One more item, gentlemen.
Oh, Jesus.
I'd like to appoint as acting CRA Director James McQueen until such a time that I can
Move.
find.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Would you just open up the public comment?
Oh, is there anyone here on public comment for the appointment of James McQueen as acting CRA Director?
And we thought Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Reyes, we thought we had gotten rid of McQueen, but now he's back. I thought he was out of the county.
Listen,
doing
I
his other
wanted-
stuff.
I wanted to keep
McQueen.
it.
I thought that McQueen was gone.
Blake McQueen.
No, I'd
The
rather,
more we take him out, the more we pull him back in.
no. I'd rather have him here in City Hall.
So we can watch him.
No, and he cooks real good ribs, man.
He does.
I mean, I miss his ribs. Okay, so you have to bring it back.
But I
And I
wanna
only
know-
vote for him if he brings.
But I want to know where he is right now. Where's Mr. McQueen? Where is he? Yeah, let him sit in the chair. Because I want to ask him about what we're going to have for dinner tonight.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Again, Keon Williams,
Sorry, man.
I just want to say this is something I support because as I've been going through what I've been going through in my business here in the city of Miami, this was one of the guys under the past Commissioner Hardiman that I would call on a daily basis. And when I say call on a daily basis, commissioners, you guys got to know that this is somebody that answers the phone. This is somebody that wants to attend to the needs of the public. And so I'm happy that this transition is happening. Christine King, Commissioner King, thank you for making all of this happen. I definitely appreciate this man here, and I think it could have been no one better to have handed off this transition to. So thank you for that.
And Madam
McQueen,
Chair.
So that you don't get comfortable just yet, I think what was agreed upon was that as long as you can make some good ribs for dinner tonight,
Yeah.
that we've been missing, we could consider the,
But Commissioner Carollo, we can always reconsider. We can always reconsider, Madam Chair, through you, of course. We can always reconsider your appointment. So we'll see how the food tastes tonight, right? We'll see how the food tastes.
Can I place a covenant that every month he should?
Oh, I agree. So it's an amendment. There's an amendment, Madam Chair. It's an
that
amendment.
every month
That
he should
every CRA
provide
meeting, you have to bring food.
Okay,
Is that a good amendment?
that's a good amendment.
Okay. Madam Chair, does that work?
That works for me.
Congratulations, Mr. McQueen.
I'd like to thank the board for allowing me this opportunity. I'm a child of Overtown. I grew up at 318 Northwest 10th Street and attended and still attend historic Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church. I still get my hair cut Overtown and eat regularly Overtown. And
What hair?
I want to say that, Neil has done what little hair I have.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And I want to say that Neil has done a fine job in bringing the CRA to where they are today. And I also want to say that we look forward to trying to take it even further. And thank you all for the confidence. I really appreciate it.
So I'd like to close the public comment at this time. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The meeting is
Meeting is
adjourned.
adjourned.